committee today. Good afternoon, honorable members. At the break, we were debating a compendium of financial bills. I presume you are ready to start. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, as usual, at the end of my presentation, I have quite a number of documents to table.
Rocks. Say rocks. Say rocks.
And I would ask the clerk if they can give me a warning at about the 6-minute interval to remind me that I have 6 more minutes, because there are some matters that I would like to bring forth at that particular time that I think the vehement populace would love to hear. Mr. Deputy, I rise today on behalf of the Kalani constituency to debate the compendium of bills, including digital assets and registered exchange bill, or as we know, the DARE bill. We are a tourism-based economy with a much smaller financial services sector serving as our second industry. And Parliament created the original DARE Act to give the Bahamas a cutting-edge legal and regulatory environment from which the emerging digital assets sector could operate. We are a small economy that needs innovation to generate more investments, more jobs, more growth, and more tax revenue. The framework took into consideration international best practices with the aim of making the Bahamas a global asset digital center. There were successes, Mr. Deputy. We attracted companies to our shores as the legislation intended. I support the aim of this legislation to strengthen the regulatory framework for digital assets. I thank the Bahamas Financial Services Commission, other agencies, and the private sector stakeholders involved in drafting and updating this legislation. Mr. Deputy, we are here today because of the fast-moving pace of and changes within the digital assets industry and the need for updated legislation within this context. We are also here today in great part because of past global and national events relative to digital assets. In the Bahamas, Mr. Deputy, after the case of FTX, we required further regulatory changes. The collapse of FTX and the subsequent fallout brought our reputation in question. And Sam Bankman-Fried came to town as the darling of the crypto business. He was a billionaire. His trading exchange was a giant in the industry. Some got giddy just being around him, especially because he was spending plenty of money all around town. And certain well-connected and high-priced lawyers and others did extremely well financially. Mr. Bankman-Fried and his business seemingly satisfied various regulatory requirements in our country. What we all painfully came to find out was that Sam Bankman-Fried was a fraudster. Did Mr. Bankman-Fried believe he was so close to power that he could do anything in the Bahamas? He was detained here after being charged in the United States. He was then transferred to the United States to stand trial. And the former crypto giant was convicted and subsequently sentenced to 25 years in prison for his crimes. International stories of Mr. Bankman-Fried and the Bahamas dominated the international media throughout the ordeal. The work continues to make whole all the FTX investors Sam Bankman-Fried harmed. The good news is it appears much was recovered. This made it possible, Mr. Deputy, to give back to the many victims of the fraudulent conduct of Mr. Bankman-Fried and others. Mr. Deputy, this DARE Act is designed to be an improvement on the past act, taking into consideration what we learned as a country. Tightening up regulations is important, especially after the FTX implosion. The Bahamas must not again be considered a place for crookedness by bad actors. It took a long time to clean up the international reputation of our country over the years. One of the legacies of the FNM is what it did to clean up and bolster the name of the Bahamas after coming to office in 1992. After 25 years of PLP rule and then misrule, the reputation of the Bahamas was in tatters. The Free National Movement administration of the 1990s did historic work in reestablishing the Bahamas as a law-abiding jurisdiction after the bad years. As legislators, we must ensure in this generation that the fly-by-night fraudsters and hustlers know this is not the place for their schemes. It is important, Mr. Deputy, that with this new DARE bill and associated legislation, regulators ensure that participants in the industry follow all requirements of the law. There must also be less fawning over people who come to the Bahamas to be involved in this sector. Disclosures after the scandal emerged showed that Mr. Bankman-Fried was on a first-name basis with some cabinet ministers. After FTX collapsed, the Prime Minister appeared to distance himself from Mr. Fried. However, as was reported in the Tribune on October 19, 2023, the Prime Minister sent an email to Sam. The Prime Minister allegedly asked Sam Bankman-Fried to provide advice to his son about a digital assets project the latter was working on just 2 months before FTX collapsed. The disclosure came during the FTX founder's ongoing New York trial over the misappropriation of millions of dollars in clients' funds. The CoinDesk website, which has covered the trial, reported that Mr. Davis, in the email, asked Mr. Bankman-Fried if his son could call the FTX chief to talk and seek advice about a non-fungible token, NFT, project he was working on. Mr. Bankman-Fried allegedly seemed agreeable and said he would be available to the Prime Minister's son via Zoom or phone. CoinDesk reported that it underscores the cozy relationship the FTX chief enjoyed with officials in the Bahamas. The Nassau Guardian of November 2nd, 2023, reported something the Prime Minister did not previously tell the country. The paper reported, quote, in the September 2022 email Davis sent from his Gmail account, the Prime Minister wrote, quote, Sam, my son is being engaged as a consultant for the NFT entity that is considering your platform. Grateful if you were to take a call to discuss. My son is copied on this email. Thanks, end quote, end quote. During one of his sightseeing tours to Africa, this time to Botswana, the Prime Minister bragged in a press conference in the country, quote, of course, there was a fight between the Bahamas and the United States over jurisdictional issues as to who, where, and how the liquidation of FTX should take place. He went on, he claimed, I can say that we prevailed despite what the courts in the United States said, because I was in possession of the assets, because I seized them, end quote. He said, I was able to do so because of, quote, my regulatory framework, end quote. This was all reported in the Nassau Guardian of March 19, 2024, and all of these would be tabled, Mr. Deputy. Of course, the Prime Minister, who still hasn't told us who paid for the luxury jet for the trip to Botswana, sounded like a dictator. First of all, the assets were seized by the regulators. And
Members,
the Prime Minister is not,
honorable members,
not the regulator.
I see the problem now. I see the problem.
Second,
I see the problem.
second, the regulator regime is that of the Bahamas and not that of the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister of the Bahamas does not have something called my regulatory framework. I guess he wanted to say him indifferent. The Prime Minister said he was in possession of the assets. Really? Wonder what that meant, Mr. Deputy. Since he says he was in possession of the assets, can he please inform the House if any prominent members of his government were on the asset list? Are any...
the chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte.
If the honorable member for Kalani were to abide by the rules of this House, you cannot use publication alleging, it seemed like, and other such conditional words, unless this honorable member is prepared to adopt
But you
as
know
his
I am.
own words.
But you know I am.
No,
So I don't
you
know why
cannot adopt. You cannot adopt the speculation by third parties as your own when the third parties themselves have said that their statements are conditional, are speculative? Mr. Deputy, secondly, Mr. Deputy, imputation. Imputation. These are the rules of this Honorable House. Imputations of improper motive, personal reflection on members are to be dealt with by you as Speaker. This member cannot just glean from newspapers speculation, allegation, and put it in the public domain. The Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama this morning spoke about how words stated in this Parliament that is on live broadcast can damage the jurisdiction. We are here, and what we have is this constant litany of speculation and scandalous allegation. And then because he says he's going to adopt it, how could you adopt an allegation? How can you adopt someone that says, it seems that? It is unfair, Mr. Deputy, and I ask that all of that be struck from the record if the Honourable Member for Kalani were not to withdraw.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member.
Deputy, I don't know what the member, I know the member's trying to delay my time. I don't know what the member's talking about. But I state very clearly articles of which I'm referring to, and I state very clearly that they would be tabled. The member knows that once those are tabled, I've adopted what is being said, and I adopt. And I adopt what will be said.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Charlotte.
Use as a cover something that is published, which in its content says that it is an allegation, says that it appears, says that it seems. Those are not statements of facts. You can adopt a statement of fact, but how could you put something conditional, allegation, and simply under this rubric, which is intended, Mr. Deputy, you know, I certainly wouldn't do it to the Honourable Member. And we all in this House as honourable members, we're not here in primary school trying to play fire bun. You know what I'm saying? It says, as his own words, and such are relevant. Listen to this, Mr. Deputy. This is the rule, 33. Every member desiring to speak shall rise, address the chair. A member may read extracts from books, journals, papers, and documents, and may refresh his memory from notes. But he shall not quote from newspapers unless he adopts such quotes as his own words, and such are relevant to the business under debate. Now, how could he adopt an allegation? How is that relevant? How is it relevant to the matters under debate today?
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Remember saying where I said Mr. Bankman-Fried allegedly seemed agreeable. Those are my words. What's your stress? That's my words.
Allegedly.
That are my words.
Are conditional. How could they not statement of facts?
They are my words.
Okay, the Honourable Member is saying that they are his words.
If you want to make it an allegation,
I am.
why are you trying to hide behind the newspaper?
Those were my words. There is nothing to be withdrawn. Mr. Deputy, the other question, are any family members of any cabinet ministers on this list? Mr. Deputy, many in the country were deeply concerned when they read a story in the Tribune on May 24th. Now listen carefully, 2024, headlines, FTX $675,000 link to government officials, end quote, headline. The story drew on court filings out of the United States. And the story said, FTX and its jailed founder, Sam Bankman-Fried, paid $675,000 to entities affiliated with high-ranking Bahamian government officials and their families. It was revealed yesterday. Robert Clary, the examiner appointed by the U.S. Justice Department trustee to investigate the crypto exchanges collapse, this out of your field, stay. Department trustee to investigate the crypto exchanges collapse revealed that one purported donation totaled $500,000 as the probe into multi-billion-dollar fraud inched a step closer to the Bahamian political and official elite. His report, filed with the Delaware Bankruptcy Court in a section entitled Payments to and Contacts with Bahamian Government Officials, drew on evidence assembled by Nadello and Company, a global investigations firm that specializes in bribery and corruption-related matters, plus Sullivan and Cromwell, the law firm working for FTX's U.S. chief, John Ray, to reach its conclusion. Has there been a full investigation launched in the Bahamas into who these government officials and families are? Is the Prime Minister aware of who these officials are? Are any of these officials in his government or closely connected to the PLP? We must find out, Mr. Deputy, if any corruption occurred. The Prime Minister, Mr. Deputy, please. The Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Honourable member, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamakura.
Mr. Deputy, the good member is the good member.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamakura.
Well, the honourable member, he contends that he is an elephant, but I dare say ants do eat elephants. And if you wait long enough, and if you live long enough, or if you wait long enough, you might live to see it. The competent authority who stood up in this house, or the former competent authority, with a strong language, would wish to call the Progressive Liberal Party in his rant of imputations of whatever manner of evil he is trying to spew. Because all it is setting a tone in the public that is totally against what our parliamentary procedures rules are. And if the good member wishes to continue down imputing government officials, let him tell the full story, that the government officials, that government official includes the government, who is in power, the administration, and the opposition. And the opposition, in this case, as a Majesty's loyal opposition, there's an article that is very clear in November 25th, 2022, that I will table from the minister, the same Minister of State who advised for finance, who used to advise the competent authority on finances, that I dare say messed up this country and put us in the position. The article says, you could answer after this, The article says, he's sitting right there, the member for East Grand Bahamas, who's all of a sudden an expert on finance. The article says, the former, and I will table this, the former Free National Cabinet Minister took full credit for FTX's presence in the Bahamas, but the opposition party changed its tune the minute the company became ensnared in controversy. The article says, months before the crypto company's widely publicized collapse, former Minister of State for Finance, Kwesi Thompson, said in the House of Assembly, we, quote, we are pleased to see that the fruits of the Free National Movement have resulted in FDX moving to the Bahamas, and we are also pleased to see the other wonderful results, close quote. In fact, Thompson expressed regret that the embattled company did not base its headquarters in his native Grand Bahama, whose residents elected him as Member of Parliament. Quote from Kwesi Thompson, my only regret is that we were unable to get FTX to set up shop in Freeport or set up shop in Grand Bahama as opposed to doing it in New Providence. Quote, it is also good to see the government continuing the vision of the Free National Movement, taking full credit. Companies like FDX are game changers for the Bahamas, said Thompson. The F&M MP continued, open quote, FDX is to the Bahamas fintech industry and the Bahamian technology industry what Atlantis is for tourism. And we know what Atlantis means for tourism in the Bahamas. And FDX's arrival here in the Bahamas is what Atlantis is for tourism, close quote. And then it goes to Alpha. However, I can table the whole document so you can read it. Because you're misleading Parliament, you're trying to mislead the Bahamian people and brainwash them into falsehoods. Take responsibility, because you only know to take responsibility when things going good.
Thank you, Honourable Member. No, members. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahama. Order, members.
Mr. Deputy.
Order.
I consider myself an aunt too. So I don't know why they are attempting to bring me in on this debate. But let me speak to what the member for Yamakwa said.
I did say that.
I did.
Yes.
Because we passed the legislation.
Absolutely.
We passed the legislation in 2020. And it was the member for Cat Island and also Sam Bankman-Fried who said the legislation was the thing that brought FTX here. So we cannot run away from the facts. We passed the legislation.
Order, members.
And so I spoke. So what I said in this place, was that we passed the legislation, and it was the legislation that brought FTX and brought other cryptocurrency companies that was here. And the comments that I made, Mr. Deputy, the comments that I made was consistent with what the comments from Cat Island made when he opened their headquarters. He also praised FTX for coming to the Bahamas. He also spoke to the legislation as he spoke to the legislation today. So there is no difference from what I said and what the member for Cat Island said at that time. We brought the legislation
1 minute,
in, and it was the legislation that brought FTX here. That was the only context that I spoke into. I never met them. That was the only context that I spoke. The only context, Mr. Deputy.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro.
Now that the facts are clear, or clearer, I invite the honorable member for Kalani to expand his questions if he chooses to go down to naming and asking questions about the Progressive Liberal Party, to ask himself, ask him for his former Minister of Finance and his former Minister of State for Finance and every other former cabinet minister who's there of their relationship or their alleged involvement with FTX. I invite him to do the honorable thing and expand if he goes down to that level of questioning.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, because this is again, it's a serious matter.
3 pieces. He had enough for you.
And because the member for Yamakra called this member in particular. No, you called my name. You called my name. So let me make this clear. I never met. While I was the Minister for State for Finance, I never met them. I never met them. Never met them, never spoke to them, had nothing to do with approving them, Mr. Deputy. So let me make that point
members.
absolutely clear. Let me make that absolutely clear.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. We have allowed, Mr. Deputy, we have allowed 3 pieces to waste sufficient of our time. The Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has repeatedly failed to answer questions on FTX, including a number I have previously put to him.
Members.
Why has he failed to answer so many questions? Mr. Deputy, the law we currently intend to pass can only be considered strong if we have people in authority behind the scenes who are honest and speaks the truth. Let me say that again, 3 pieces, so you'd understand. The law. Mr. Deputy, let me finish.
The chair,
we do not need.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro.
Mr. Deputy, the good member, the member for Kalani in this case, the member for Kalani has resorted to name calling. I must have struck a nerve, right? And it's the honorable member for Yamakro, if you want to know. Yamakro is watching. It's not 3 pieces. And if you have no, you said it on your feet. No, I'm on a point of order. 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 So the good member.
Members.
Thank you.
Members.
The front row got up, so 3 pieces is not there. The member on the southern end of the back bench, I don't know he's 3 piece. Anyhow, Mr. Deputy, allow me to continue.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro. He's standing on the point of order.
Stop that clock.
I could bring it as a point of privilege, you know. I don't mind them throwing stones now because it struck a nerve, Mr. Deputy. And it's very funny that the only persons who comment on my attire more than the members over there is my wife, who agrees and who dressed me. so I wonder what their affinity with the way that I attire myself in the days of house, what their affinity is with my dress. I had asked him to refrain. If he meant in a derogatory state, I take it as a gesture that I can, you know, they've said it, and I choose to put a vest on for various reasons, and they understand. But I'm asking him to withdraw from name calling because it's unparliamentary in its nature, and it's
thank you, honorable member.
And in accordance with Rule 18, all right, when offensive, or Hey, we could think of a million names to call
Honorable
him.
member, I would take that under advice, but I would ask the honorable member for Kalani to stop addressing you as three-piece. You find it offensive. It will be stricken from the record. Thank you, honorable member. We're moving on. We're moving on. Order, members.
I hope that they get a good laugh, right? So when any offensive, this is not just, Mr. Deputy, this is not just a complaint. 18 says when any offensive abuse or insulting words are used by a member in the House or in committee, they shall be expunged from the record and the proceedings of the order of the Speaker or Chairman. So I'm asking you to
Honorable
not only
member,
ask
it
to
will be
withdraw.
expunged from the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward to not having to call them names because I could call some names also, if that's what we allow.
We're not going on that road.
But it's unparliamentary.
Except the child of God, it does not affect me. But as to neutralize everything, either tomorrow or next week, I will come in three-piece.
Wonderful.
Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, we have learned from the Brankman Field experience and subsequently indictments of other individuals by the U.S. in other situations that there are a good number of crooks in this sector. We want investment. We welcome investments. But we do not want money of criminals. Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy,
You make it? You can be all right?
oh boy, you have me laughing. Mr. Deputy, the Securities Commission speaks of promoting investor education. And that was why we were introducing the National Feeding and After-School Program. Our after-school program comprised of 3 sectors. There was an academic component so that students could be assisted with their homeworks before they go home and studying. There was a sports component to assist with chronic non-communicable disease and improve the health of our students and population. And there was another component. The other component, which would have been done at least twice per week, 10, 15-minute segments, consisted of conflict resolution, crime, finance, constitution, savings, and investment. When we listened to the member for Carmichael last week, member for Carmichael do not appreciate the concept of investment or shares. First of all, you buy low and you sell high. You sell when it is most important to deal with matters that you'd consider urgent that needs to be dealt with and paid, or important debt. But also, the bill also spoke of misleading or deception and dishonesty. And that member, Mr. Deputy, displayed complete dishonesty when he said, I quote, "It behooves him, we, meaning my government, sold off all American foreign assets in national insurance in 2020. To who?" He asked, to who? And while he was saying this, while he was saying this, there were many laughing. They were banging. the bangers were banging and cheering along. But yet, if he had looked at the member for Fort Charlotte's face, you would see that the member for Fort Charlotte, and it's my interpretation, to me it appears as if he's saying, man, don't go down that road. See, you can get the fact. That's me. That's my interpretation. I have.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte.
Order. In this House, my understanding of the rules, we don't look at each other's face and communicate by trying to read each other's face. We are recognized by you, Mr. Deputy, and we make our representation in accordance with the rules. I wish that that statement be stricken from the record unless the Honourable... No, but what I'm saying, I've seen many things on your face, but... Okay. It's stricken.
Honourable member, we will have that stricken from the record.
While others were knocking, banging, the member did not. And therefore, one has to wonder why. But, Mr. Deputy, his statement was completely
So sensitive.
dishonest or misleading. But what would you expect? What would you expect from such a member? What would you expect from such a member? When on the 31st of May, he was sitting, last year, he was sitting in this Parliament while the budget communication was going on. On the 29th of May, Frank Racine died, passed away. The member left the Bahamas and headed to Switzerland the first part of June. Now, remember, Racine died the 29th of May. The member subsequently said to the press and the public that Mr. Racine called him in Switzerland. Now, he was not there until the first part of June. Called him in Switzerland and asked if his wife, on his dying bed, would obtain some form of citizenship. Mr. Deputy, I would like to borrow that phone the member had, because he was in Switzerland and Racine was dead over a week before. Because there are many whom I want to call, because obviously he can call the dead. I want to borrow that phone.
That phone was alive.
So what would you expect from such a member? And you know, Mr. Deputy, when I was talking to one of my kids, and we were talking about people misconstruing or talking about all American foreign assets behooves him. He said to me, Daddy, this is my grandson, sorry. He said, Papi, remember, you and others must be very careful, because there's a Bahamian saying that a liar is a thief, and a thief is a murderer. That's a Bahamian saying. I'm not saying the member is. I'm not saying the member is.
The chair recognizes the honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown. Honourable member for Kalani, you have 6 minutes left.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Kalani has said that what the member for Carmichael said was misleading. He has gone a wandering. Well, I'm coming to that. He has gone a wandering and has not set out anything that he said, Carmichael said, that is in fact misleading. He has said Carmichael was dishonest. He has not set out anything that he said, Carmichael said, that is not true. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he's now seeking to escalate it with his recent comment And unless he can point out something that he said, Carmichael said, that is actually misleading, he ought to withdraw that. Unless he can show intent, he ought to withdraw dishonesty, and the unparliamentary language should be struck. This is the Court of Parliament, St. Anne's.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Listen very carefully. Put down. Hold my 6 minutes because I'm taking my time. Listen very carefully. He said, it behoves him that we, my government, which is not true, sold off all American foreign assets in NI. That is not true. We. All right? That's not true. Or misleading. Mr. Deputy, first and foremost, central government has no involvement or decision-making with NIB's investment. Second, central government, we do not interfere. Second, central bank and NIB was involved in this matter. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Deputy, at that time there was a pandemic. And the world was locked down. The world. Nobody was working, but in spite of that,
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
What I heard the member right. He said that the central government has no involvement.
I'm talking about the executive. Us.
Executive government has no dealing with NIB investments. Now, I'm no elephant, so he can stay in his pen and fight by himself, because we are not in the same pen, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But I was sitting down, and I was asking the member for East Grand Bahama to please pull on his former leader's coat and let him know that when it comes down to investments, particularly investments, at NIB, the Act says that it's the minister, explicitly, that the Minister of Finance has to authorize and give consent.
Let me say.
Tell him I wouldn't get up, you know.
Let me say, Mr. Deputy.
Because he's in this pen I don't want to be in.
I mean, central
I
government.
asked you to do it.
We did not.
Don't sit there and I see why you all flounder. I didn't say interfere. What you said was, you said that you had that the government has no involvement. The law, they could not have done it without your permission.
Honourable members, I would ask each member to approve, the chair. No, I don't need you to engage each other. Thank you, honourable members.
There was a pandemic. The world was locked down. There was no employment. As a result of that, Mr. Deputy, no monies were coming in, no tourists were coming. Our revenue stream was down. We had decided that not only were the government was concerned. If you finish and listen, the government was concerned not only with saving lives, but also saving the economic life, and that was why all civil servants and others were paid. And the reasons were straightforward, Mr. Deputy. The reasons were straightforward. Their payment allowed them to pay their mortgage, their lights, their rent, and other bills. Their payments allowed money to go through the system, the local, the domestic economy. The unemployment via central bank and by NIB and others allowed the unemployed, the self-employed, taxi drivers, hair braiders, bus drivers, etc., to be paid so that money could go through the system. That money would have been used by the banks to pay their staff. As a result of those who had stopped working being paid, there was a decrease in furlough, a decrease in foreclosures, and therefore homes would have been saved. The banking sector, the financial sector, because of those decisions, would have been helped. The shares that was agreed by Central Bank and NIB, those shares, that would have allowed monies, foreign currency, to come to maintain and sustain our reserves. At the same time, Central Bank had made a decision that the banks were not allowed at that time to repatriate their funds abroad so as to maintain as much foreign currency here as possible. So, Mr. Deputy, those decisions would have saved not only the human life, but also the economic life of the country. And those were important decisions. But, Mr. Deputy, I know I only have a few minutes. There's something that bothered me. And as you move around the island, you would hear people saying repeatedly that they believe one of the most organized forms of corruption or dishonesty is occurring within the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Deputy, after Hurricane Dorian, we passed a bill called the SERS, which allowed certain materials, cars, etc., to be imported into the country duty-free. The government subsequently extended that bill, and I have the bill at the table, and that bill was extended until the 1st of December, 2022. Mr. Deputy, in spite of that, lots of vehicles were being brought into this country after the bill had expired, and those vehicles would have come in under the SERS bill, totally illegal, and as a result, no duties, etc., were paid. I have a document. This document showed that well in excess of $1 million would have come via this route, and these were high-end cars. Declaration number, this came in 2023, and you'd find that, we'll lay the document, you'll find that in some instances there were one individual may have had 3 high-end cars come in using the SERS law after that expired since December of 2022, and these cars would have gotten authorization via this law in 2023. Some of these cars would have already obtained license, and you know the process of obtaining license. But, Mr. Deputy, this is only the high-end cars. There are other vehicles, and so we're talking about millions and millions of dollars that are brought into the country and no duties are paid, utilizing the SERS law, which was signed off by various officers. Mr. Deputy, what is ironic is that not only are cars brought in, but there are other items brought in, for example, clothes, beds, bedding material, electrical fixtures, generators, fishing, farming, hardware supplies, household furniture. So if we have documentation with cars, millions of dollars of cars being brought in without any duty, utilizing, can you imagine what happened in the other sectors? The same thing could have happened in the other sectors. And this law was brought in, meaning for these vehicles to remain on the given island, not to come through Grand Bahama or Abaco and subsequently brought here to New Providence or shipped to other islands. Millions and millions of dollars. The same could have happened with the other items, furnishings, etc., utilizing the SERS, but there's evidence for the vehicles. Mr. Deputy, this needs serious investigation and dealt with appropriately. And then the JDL. Nobody's dealing with this company that's usurping the jobs of custom. It's usurping the job of customs. Can you imagine materials coming in? This private company, all the freight goes to this, air freight goes to this particular company. They would check it. What's to stop them from removing contrabands, gun, etc., out of the packages before it's given to customs? Or what's to stop them from placing contrabands and drugs in packages, setting individuals up, and then it's going to customs? I asked the Prime Minister to stop this. It is wrong. Stop it. And Bahamians must understand what's going on.
Honourable Member, are you requesting more time?
Yes, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Could I have 3 minutes,
No
4 minutes to complete?
Yes, Honourable Member.
Bahamians must recognize that because of what is happening via JDL, it causes the cost of living to go up because they are paying additional costs. Because of what is happening via the SARS bill that was completed since December of 22nd, and materials are still being brought in today, being signed off on this particular bill, the cost of living subsequently goes up again. And who's paying? The poor. The poor. This must stop. And sooner or later, Bahamians must demonstrate peacefully against these matters. And if they want to demonstrate, I will walk with them because it's wrong. It's wrong. I ask you to stop it. Stop the JDL and investigate this matter. Vehicles and other matters, furnishing, etc., are being brought in, and the payment is not completed. Mr. Deputy, I will table those documents, but if you would allow me to now carry on.
Time up. Time up.
4 more minutes. 4 more minutes.
What's that?
Don't believe the chair.
Y'all in movement notes.
It's okay.
Huh?
Take it down, man.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Mr. Deputy, I will conclude. I will conclude by stating that the controversy the Davis administration is in over the plane is entirely of their own making. They spent their time flying all over the world, having fun at conferences at taxpayers' expenses. We saw the Prime Minister having fun at the pyramids. We saw the Prime Minister feeding the chimpanzees. We saw the pictures as he visited all those cities around the globe. And this Prime Minister has fun seeing the world with his traveling companions, while the Bahamian people were battling inflation. Taxpayers were struggling to pay their light. And the light bill, Mr. Deputy, between last month and this month has gone up by more than 436% for some individuals. 436%. Food prices have gone up. Food prices have gone up. Insurance has gone up. Health care, car loans, and other bills, while the PLP High Command and consultants were living it up.
Mayday.
People need relief. They cannot afford a 400% increase. They need relief. And some form of relief can be done tomorrow by stopping the JDL, this extra illegal fees that are placed on Bahamians. By dealing with this SARS illegal vehicles coming in, costing millions and millions of dollars. The racket has to stop. You cannot allow such illegal racket to continue. With vehicles, high-end vehicles being brought into this country through Abaco, through Grand Bahama, and sent to other islands. Lower-end vehicles and medium vehicles, same thing. And the same thing, God forbid, may be happening with furnitures, appliances, etc., using the same bill that I will table. Yes. Stop. Bahamians are suffering. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exuma and Reagan Island.
Kalani undertook to lay several documents
And there seemed to be a pattern of behavior. He makes these promises to lay documents, and he never gets around to doing it.
Hardly in Parliament when I'm speaking. So I don't know. I know he wants to get in this. I know he wants something to say. But when you want to say something, speak from position of facts. Mr. Deputy, we talking about inflation. This member's always out. His salary should be cut. Mr. Deputy, please. What's today's date? At least you must remember that.
Order that the documents be brought up.
26?
Yeah, 26.
Oh, okay. These two. Yeah, okay.
Major.
Hold on, I want to table the says. This deputy, it's a legal document called Disaster Reconstruction Authority Special Economic Recovery Zone Relief. This has to be tabled. Any approval granted shall be valid until the first day of December 2022. Vehicles 2023 are being approved. The racket must stop. 26 of the 6th. Furnishing being brought in. Appliances being brought in. And I have to pay. The poor people have to pay. It's wrong. Mr. Deputy, they want to know about the cars? The cars. Declaration number 2023, December so-and-so and so. Vehicle, international truck, Ford, Mercedes, Chevrolet, Ford, Land Rover, Chevrolet, Dodge. The payment people want to hear. Chevrolet, Ford, Honda, Chevrolet, Jeep, Mercedes, Chevrolet, Toyota, Land Rover, Jeep, Mercedes, GMC, Lexus, Jeep, Tesla,
King Air.
Mini, not Minister, Mini, Ford, Mercedes, Jeep, Tesla, Cruise. What type of car that is? Cruise, C-R-U-S. I don't know that one. That's the one you drive. Cruise. No, man, I just drive a car y'all provide. Tesla, GMC, ProMaster, Honda, BMW.
He has to read it, y'all want to retain it, you got to make sure it's read.
Nah,
Public deserves to know.
And they have license number and all. License number.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for North Abaco.
Anyhow, let me, what, 26?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Hold on, Mr. Deputy,
I've been recognized.
Still tabling documents.
Yes.
You can't
I've been
continue proceedings.
This is the building materials which should be attached to the SARS bill, which shows that building materials, furnishings, and all those are also a part of it.
3x8 ply. Shingles and more shingles.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for North Abaco.
Deputy Prime Minister, sorry, Deputy Speaker, I've given you Prime Minister post already. I good. I stand on the point of order. While I don't support corruption in no shape, form, or fashion, and whatever practice is being used for the sales orders, I'm with the former Prime Minister, cease, desist, stop. Whatever investigation needs to carry on, please do. However, I wish to point out, we sit here and giggle and laugh and show jazz about the sales order. I'm from North Abaco. I spent 47 years living there with these people. Before Doreen, I went to school to do electrical. My father taught me dry water. I worked at Water and Sewage Corporation. I was faced with paying persons' bills, water and sewage bills. I went to their house to do dry water and couldn't charge $1. I did electrical and couldn't charge it. They just don't have it, didn't have it. Dorian came and took, to you, Dorian came and took their entire life achievement, in some cases generational life achievement. And I have persons presently today that are in dire need of the Sayers order, just to try to get our life to some sense of normalcy. Yes, yes. Poor people. The same people we spoke of with the tax break, these are the same poor people. My point I'm making is, let's not muddy the water when it comes to the Sayers. There are bad characters, let's find them, deal with them, but let us utilize the Sayers to help get my people who I'm here to represent, who I care about so much, back on their feet again. Their lives was destroyed. They lost everything. I have countless of persons who calls me daily, reach out daily for duty-free on their vehicles that they were unable to purchase after the hurricane because they wasn't making sufficient money to replace it. Homes that need to be restored, they wasn't able to buy the necessary materials. And in some cases, they are now beginning to be able to. So I'm asking that we can all enjoy our profession as we get here and work towards bettering this country. But we are talking about human beings whose lives was completely destroyed and taken. Their life is not normal. So the Sayers order is very important to Abaco on the whole. I'm sure Grand Bahama feels the same way.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Deputy, the member has a valid point. My research with hurricanes throughout the world would point out that before individuals can really get started, because of shortage of supplies, mobilization of materials, equipment, monies, etc., it actually takes 5 years. 5 years. That's what my research has shown. Dorian was different. Nobody can speak about Dorian. So I think governments were wrong, you and we, in that the Sayers order should have been applied for 5 years. That's what the research has shown. Unfortunately, this has just come to us, but Dorian has never been seen. So I agree with the member, the Sayers order should have been in place for 5 years, but properly monitored, or it will be abused as we're having today. So
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte, before we continue, I would like for the Honorable Member for South and Central Andros or Eleuthera to update the public on the water situation in Central and South Eleuthera.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for Deputy Prime Minister.
Order that the documents to lie on the table.
We actually have that statement coming when it's member statements, so I wouldn't interfere with the speech right now. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I'm privileged to speak on behalf of the people of Fort Charlotte in this honorable House. And I want to begin by extending my sympathy for the passing of one of the community matriarchs in Fort Charlotte, specifically in the community of Charlotte Ridge. Mrs. Paula Ann Maria Brown, a community builder who very active in the Church of St. Barnabas from her earliest beginnings right up until the time of her death, serving in all of the various ministries within St. Barnabas Church, within the community of Fort Charlotte. Her yard was, you know, Mr. Deputy, when we say it looked like the Garden of Eden. We've never seen the Garden of Eden, but, we imagine that it was very green and luxuriant and tremendous variety of fauna and flowers and so on. Fauna, right, and flowers. And also, she had a green thumb. And we always admired what she was able to do. To her daughter, Joanne Brown Hamilton, and also Vanessa Bryce, her grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and the entire community of Charlotte Ridge. I wish to extend on behalf of my wife and the branch in Fort Charlotte and the wider Fort Charlotte community condolences with love. Mr. Deputy, I'm also grateful to so many Buffalo soldiers who came out and worked on Saturday for our celebration of the fathers in Fort Charlotte. At Christie Park, we had a grill and chill. And there was a lot of grilling, and there was a lot of chilling. And I am so grateful to the Magical Touch Band that provided live entertainment, formerly known as the Soulful Groovers. And they were grooving, Mr. Deputy, providing music for the men especially, who came with their sons and children. And also Solo, one of our progressive artists who speaks reality in his songs of inspiration and encouragement to society. And Empress Fire, one of the young Rastafari and reggae artists who grew up in the Pit Road, attended our summer camp from the time she was in primary school. And to hear her today with these positive lyrics and very fantastic musical beats. So it was a wonderful afternoon. I want to thank Zaymar for providing the stage and the sound system. Thank Gomez Catering and all of the people who were there on the grill. I tell you, I mean, I could tell you some of the best seasoned meat I've had in a long time. Yeah. And also Jacozy and Joma, who provided the MC. And I would like to see this young man on international television. He's so gifted and talented. And he kept everything lively during the watermelon eating contests, and just a wonderful talent. Well, okay. Also, Mr. Deputy, we will be having our 26th annual summer camp, Camp Hope, which will start July 8th and end on the 1st of August. We expect usually about 150 young people in Fort Charlotte on a daily basis, Monday to Friday, from 9 to 1. We have 15 trained teachers, 10 facilitators, who will be providing guidance and instruction in math, English, PE, straw craft, dancing, cooking, and also visiting on field trips. So I'd like to thank the parents who for 26 years have reposed their trust in us by having their children join us. And I've seen persons come as Empress Fire, Nicole, while they were in primary school, and watched them become, as young adults, serve as facilitators in the camp. So I want to also thank all of the volunteers who will be joining us and assisting. Mr. Deputy, I'm pleased to stand in support of these two very important and visionary bills, the Securities Industry Bill 2024 and the Digital Asset and Registered Exchanges Bill 2024. Mr. Deputy, the financial sector of the Bahamas, as the second largest sector of our economy, is based on creating trust and confidence in the domestic and global marketplace. In this sector, Mr. Deputy, the financial institutions are defined by law. Those financial institutions within our country, banks obviously, trusts, also licensee of the Securities Commission, corporate service providers, lawyers, accountants, insurance professionals, all real estate agents, all of these various professionals are defined by law as financial institutions. And the concept of confidence and trust is based in part, Mr. Deputy, on how well regulated these financial institutions are within our country. The maintenance of this, what I call a delicate commodity, confidence and trust, is essential to maintain a robust and competitive financial services sector. Therefore, there has to be a balance between having sufficient financial supervision and regulation of the sector to ensure that financial service providers are vetted, are supervised and regulated to provide consumers with the confidence to invest, and on the other hand, Mr. Deputy, to provide an efficient, flexible, low-tax, and with ease of doing business environment in order to attract domestic and international investment in the financial services sector. So we see, Mr. Deputy, with this delicate commodity, there has to be balanced, effective supervision on the one hand, and on the other hand, an environment that makes doing business within this jurisdiction easy. The competitiveness of the jurisdiction as a financial center, such as the Bahamas, requires nimbleness and innovation in the face of globalization, new technology, and what I call, Mr. Deputy, without any apology, economic protectionism. Economic protectionism by ad hoc bodies, bodies of which the Bahamas is not a member, whether that is the FATF or the agencies of the European Union, who have vested in themselves the power to regulate the global financial services sector, making rules and applying the rules very selectively, not to themselves, but to offshore financial center. In addition, Mr. Deputy, the financial regulator also has to be accountable by producing statistics annually to show the usage of the sector, the individual products marketed, and the macroeconomic linkages from the sector and various products, enabling domestic and international stakeholders to know that the regulation is efficient, honest, and operating according to plans. Mr. Deputy, I'd like to present a concept. Professor Alan Pilmeter, in his book, Securities Regulation, defines how this delicate balance should guide in securities regulation. He states that securities regulation, and I quote, proceeds from the philosophical premise that mandatory disclosure will equip securities investors and securities markets with the information to move capital to its optimal use. That is, investor protection is a means to healthy and vigorous capital markets, which in turn are the lifeblood of a robust economy. Full information permits investors and market participants to evaluate and act on the financial, liquidity, and control rights entailed in the ownership of a security, end quote. Mr. Deputy, Ford Shalit believes that this philosophical premise is concretized in the bills before us today. They represent a delicate balance between robust, transparent, and accountable supervision on the one hand, and on the other hand, maintaining an environment which makes it easy to do business and in response to certain threats from globalization, new technology, e-commerce, and protectionism, as I have indicated. The Securities Commission and the Executive Director, Ms. Christina Roll, have consistently established the Bahamas as a center of excellence in the area of securities regulation. The Securities Industry Bill is divided into 20 parts and contains 5 schedules addressing the administration of the legislation, continuation, powers and functions of the Commission, management of systemic risk, information sharing, regulation and registration processes for marketplaces and capital markets businesses, conduct and obligation of market participants and registrants, trading in derivatives, compensation fund, governance, misconduct, civil liability, general provisions, examination, inspection, and enforcement powers and offenses. Mr. Deputy, the Securities Bill is a bill for an act to update and modernize the law relating to the regulation of the securities exchanges and the securities industry. It represents a complete repeal of the existing Securities Industry Act and will expand and enhance the powers of the Securities Commission to more efficiently and effectively carry out its statutory mandate. But I would wish, as the Honorable Prime Minister has given a more clinical and fulsome explanation and description of the innovation contained in the bill, I will just mention that this bill improves the quality of supervision in the following ways. It has provisions relating to the authorizations, ongoing supervision, and enforcement updates compliant framework to enable the Commission to respond more definitively and efficiently in the event of statutory breaches. The capital markets and intermediaries is another new area that is which expands the categories of persons subject to regulation under the Act. It improves accessing records and requests for information, providing a framework for voluntary liquidation of marketplaces, and providing for the continued jurisdiction of the Commission even after, Mr. Deputy, a registration has been surrendered. It also innovates with respect to derivatives. It established a new specific regulatory regime for the supervision of derivatives, which is a key new feature of the bill. Digital assets. The bill empowers the Commission to declare a digital asset, a class of digital asset, or a class of digital asset as securities, thereby bringing digital assets, securities expressly within the purview of the Commission. It also deals with systematic risk management, giving the Commission authority to obtain information and issue directives for the purpose of managing systemic risk in the capital markets. It provides for tipping off, a provision which again restores and preserves the integrity of the securities market. It also empowers the Commission to give directives. Sanctions and penalties have been clarified and updated to give the Commission the express authority to issue directives separate and apart from its examination and investigation authority. It also, as has been stated, provides a new jurisdiction, and that is the authority to refer to the Commissioner of Police as well as the DPP matters or breaches for review for criminal prosecution. Also, Mr. Deputy, the bill provides and clarifies the Commission's supervisory authority framework to enable the Commission to address non-compliance with specific statutory obligations immediately through automatic administrative action without a hearing or disciplinary action process. There is also another innovation related to the enforcement of AML CFT, that is anti-money laundering and countering terrorist financing breaches, updating the framework to provide specific enforcement authority related to AML CFT obligations. Also, Mr. Deputy, it provides penalty for the public for failure to publish as soon as practicable after the person on whom the penalty is imposed has been informed of that decision. So the public will know who is the subject of a penalty so that the market participants and investors would know who the compliant actors are within the space. Similarly, with respect to the digital asset and registered exchanges, Mr. Deputy, we see a number of innovations. The scope with respect to digital asset business activities is expanded to include giving advice, managing of digital asset, providing digital asset derivative services, providing LTD network node services, and providing staking services. Also operating digital asset exchanges. It imposes a duty on operators of a digital asset exchange to ensure that the systems and controls used in its activities are adequate and appropriate for the scale and nature of the business. There's also an innovation related to custody of digital asset or custodial wallet services, which provides a single framework for persons providing custody of digital assets or custodial wallet services to be registered as digital asset businesses. Staking require authorized registrants to disclose certain information, including summary of the terms of the client agreement, details regarding the staking protocol, details of how the digital assets are staked, including how and for how long assets are locked up, and also, Mr. Deputy, issuers of digital assets. We also see another innovation related to stable coin issuers. It introduces a comprehensive regulatory framework for stable coins with clear definition of stable coins, providing for the registration of existing stable coins, specify acceptable forms of reserve assets, and establish new requirements for custody and management. Mr. Deputy, the key provisions of this bill and these new provisions that have been outlined before me and that I have mentioned shows this very delicate balance. But one thing I wish to observe, Mr. Deputy, is that it is rare to find anywhere what I call templates of excellence. Templates of excellence. Because our largest neighbors around us are still grappling. What is a digital asset? Is it a commodity? Is it, a share? What is it? And we see that the Bahamas, not only have we been the first, among the first, to establish an entire regulatory regime dealing with digital asset, but we are now on 2.0. That is the next stage, which is much more comprehensive and which will create better supervision. And Mr. Deputy, I know it has been mentioned about the so-called crypto winter. But one of the interesting things, and this is a point that has to be made, Mr. Deputy, is that the Securities Commission has engaged in a continuous monitoring of its regulatory regime. It has had the benefit of world expert consultants. It has engaged in substantive and meaningful consultation with all of the stakeholders. Similarly, with regard to the securities industry bill, again, we see the use of competent international consultant in Hogan and Hartson, consultation with the stakeholders within the community and utilizing the collective wisdom of the entire sector within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And you know, Mr. Deputy, what it reminds me of, there is a renowned novelist from our region by the name of George Lamming, a Barbadian.
Castle of My Skin.
In the Castle of My Skin is one of his famous novels. And he is a public intellectual. And he talks, Mr. Deputy, about what he calls the kingdom of the mind. And what he demonstrates that in this kingdom, there is no size. Whether you come from a big country or a small country, whether you have 400,000 people or whether you have 1.4 billion people, in this kingdom of the mind, there is no size. And this country has demonstrated, whether it is winning first black man to win an Academy Award, whether the number of Grammys entertainers, the beginning of the end, and Bahamian have won, the number of gold medals that we have won on a per capita basis is equal to countries with over 1 billion people. And similarly, in this region, Mr. Deputy, we have 4 Nobel Prizes. And in financial services, I want to say that we have a template of excellence, which demonstrate, as Lamming said, that in the kingdom of the mind, a small jurisdiction like the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, in its financial services sector, can hold up this template of excellence for the world to see. I want to commend the board, the executive director, and the staff of the Securities Commission, but most especially the executive director, Ms. Christina Roll. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy, Fort Charlotte is privileged to support both bills and commend the passage to colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Rise on behalf of the great people of St. Barnabas, Mr. Deputy, thanking them, as I always do, for the opportunity to continue to represent them here as their Member of Parliament. Grateful to the love and support and confidence they continue to show me. Grateful that that support has been a mix of not only members of the Free National Movement, but members of the Progressive Liberal Party and independent-minded or affiliated Bahamians. And so it continues to be an honor, Mr. Deputy, to stand here each day, given the opportunity, as we work for the betterment of the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, these two very important bills, the DARE Bill 2024 and the Securities Industry Bill, as has been said throughout the day, and as will be said as we finish the day on these particular bills, the importance, the overall importance to the economy of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, but particularly as it relates to financial services and these particular aspects of our financial services industry, doing whatever we can do, Mr. Deputy, to strengthen and diversify the Bahamian economy, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, as has been consistently said in this House by a number of members from both sides, when we get into discussions, Mr. Deputy, about the financial services industry and the various services, various competencies in the industry, we can't help but think and have as a backdrop, unfortunately, the fact that we know that there are those persons who, I guess you can call it a conspiracy of efforts to not have us in the business of financial services, Mr. Deputy. And Mr. Deputy, it is something, and I don't claim obviously to have a monopoly on this outrage, but just to add to the chorus of views, perspectives, and opinions, Mr. Deputy, that we must continue collectively to push back, Mr. Deputy, on this constant moving of the goalposts as it relates to different dictates and expectations by external bodies on the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and our people, and this stranglehold that they continue to put on us as a people, Mr. Deputy. We can talk all day about what is the intent, but simply put, we know that they don't want us to be in these businesses, and as much as they can make us dependent on them is their goal, Mr. Deputy. But even with that, Mr. Deputy, I think it's important to say that the people in the financial services industry throughout, the professionals, everyone involved continues to inspire me. I know they continue to inspire all of us, Mr. Deputy, because despite the moving of the goalposts, despite the hurdles that's put in our way and in their way, we still are committed to being innovative, and our intellectual heft and our ingenuity as a people still comes into form to meet these goals, to meet these levels of innovation that we have to strive for, because there is some ulterior motives for us as it relates to the financial services industry. So despite that, the persons, Bahamians in the financial services industry, need to be consistently applauded for the work and the ingenuity and the intellectual heft they continue to bring to stay ahead, to fight off, as I said, this conspiracy of efforts to keep us out of the business in many different ways, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, before I get into the bill at hand, Mr. Deputy, this discussion obviously intersects at the conversation about the Bahamian economy, Mr. Deputy, and all aspects of the Bahamian economy. And it is quite relevant, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, we have, over the past few weeks, including today in different forms, been talking about so many issues of fiscal prudence and how we should approach the use of taxpayers' money in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Mr. Deputy. So before I get in, Mr. Deputy, there are a couple of issues that I wish to address, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, this issue, Mr. Deputy, of the plane, Mr. Deputy, the $2.5 million Mr. Deputy,
to non-digital assets.
The $2.5 million, Mr. Deputy, that the government has said has been allocated, that the member for South and Central Andros said was allocated for the procurement of a plane. Since that day, Mr. Deputy, we have had 5, 6, 7 different versions of what this allocation is for. And if, Mr. Deputy, if we hold on long enough, by the end of this debate, there may be a 7th and 8th, Mr. Deputy. There has been so many reasons that the government has given for the use of this plane that initially started off as a purchase, and then it went to the plane is confiscated. And as the Bahamian people started to ask questions, and as, Mr. Deputy, the Bahamian people, but you can stand up, and Mr. Deputy, as the Bahamian people ask questions about what would it be used for, you have heard everything from transport money from NIB, transport firefighters, government officials, medical evacuation, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, the government must let the Bahamian people know. We've asked, the leader of the opposition has asked for the government to lay the logs of the plane so that the Bahamian people can know exactly what it is that the government is claiming that this plane, or the state of this plane, maintenance logs, Mr. Deputy. We would like to know what the Bahamian people is getting. But Mr. Deputy, the amazing thing is, you're hearing about embarrassing yourself, Mr. Deputy. But yet, Mr. Deputy, the honorable member for South and Central Andros, who told this Parliament that, he told the Parliament that the $2.5 million would be used to procure a plane. It would be good if he can stand up. It would be good if the member could stand up now and clear up all the conflicting versions of what this $2.5 million is for, Mr. Deputy. But clearly, Mr. Deputy, they can't seem to get their stories correct on this $2.5 million that they initially said was used for the purchase of the plane, Mr. Deputy. Right? So, Mr. Deputy.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Just so that St. Barnabas cannot mislead the public, was used happens at the end of the budget year. In the budget debate, we were debating allocations of monies to be used.
Thank you, honourable member.
Mr. Deputy, the Bahamian people aren't lost about what this government continues to try to do, Mr. Deputy. Different stories after different stories, Mr. Deputy. Different stories after different stories. Mr. Deputy.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
I didn't go to St. Augustine's College, right? I know that South and Central Andros seems to have some issue with that. But then I went to better school, so I'll just stick to that. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, St. Barnabas is misleading this House and the Bahamian people as far in a number of occasions, and I will enumerate them. First, he asserted that the monies were said to have been used when it was in a, I'm stating my point of order, and I will sit down to show you how it's done. The issue is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, one, the misleading is
order, members.
He said that it was used, and it's a budget exercise, so it's allocation. He asserted incorrectly that there are a number of different statements because he says the aircraft is going to be used to carry firefighters, NIB persons, medevac, all of this. He asserts, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that those are conflicting when it is an aircraft that flies many places, many times. And so unless he is suggesting that we would have to get an aircraft to fly firefighters, and a different one to do airlift, and a different one for NIB, there is nothing inconsistent. What is worse and misleading, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a call for the logs of a confiscated aircraft to be produced. The maintenance log of an aircraft are kept by the owners. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's no qualm. If they don't believe the police should have a plane to do all of the things that are set out that this plane will do, but they ought not to mislead the Bahamian people to suggest that money has been expended or that the use of an aircraft for more than one thing is somehow inconsistent.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
It's plain to see. Deputy Speaker will hold South Andros to his commitment, They had to bring in a minister to help him over there. Now he's asking for printings to be made.
Honourable Member, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, one of the other things that was said, that also that the plane would be used for surveillance. So, with all of these different things that the government said that the plane is being used for, there's now a question of how efficient can the government be on all those different issues that they say that the government is going to use the plane for. So what the government is saying is that as important as, in their words, surveilling the boundaries of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, right? As important as that is, there's going to be a time that between surveilling that they're going to do the other things. Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
I noticed that Barnabas is the shadow spokesman for crime. He ought to know, if he knows his portfolio, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force happens to have 2 aircrafts. He ought to know, if he knows about Honlia, that the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and Police Force cooperate in all of these matters. And so Defense Force Marines went to Andros and went to Abaco together with Royal Bahamas Police Force firefighters. He ought not to mislead the Bahamian public on the commitment of the police, the Defense Force, and their assets and their seriousness about doing everything that they have to do. As the Defense Force is wont to say, they just make it happen. And you tell them what has to be done, and they make it happen.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, I find it very fascinating that the member of Freetown articulated just now, but knowing this portfolio. Because it was this member that said in the public that the $2.5 million allocation was in the national security budget, and it was not. It was in the Ministry of Finance's capital budget. All right, but yet he questions me, and I'm not the Minister of National Security. And I'm not the Minister of National Security, but I knew it was in the Ministry of Finance budget. So I find that very amazing, Madam Speaker. Very, very amazing, Madam Speaker. Very amazing. And Madam Speaker, and just to let the minister know, just in case it seems he didn't know, that line item number was 311-2109, Madam Speaker. So he needs to write that down, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I move on, Madam Speaker, to another very important issue, Madam Speaker. The issue of CLECO policy holders, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you have some 10,000 Bahamian policy holders, Madam Speaker. And they feel that the government has abandoned them, Madam Speaker, as there was no allocation for monies for them in this past budget, Madam Speaker. They are, Madam Speaker, they continue to be frustrated, Madam Speaker, because even with the promises that have been made relative to Trinidad, the government in any event, Madam Speaker, would have been able to get these monies back. How long will that take for that monies to come from Trinidad? All the government has to do in the meantime is pay the policyholders, because the government is going to get the money back anyway, because there was an assignment of benefits, because there was an assignment of benefits to the government. So why not pay the policyholders when you know you're going to get the money back anyway? When this ain't about that. This is about 10,000 policyholders. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I showed this House an article, Madam Speaker, right? Live up to your promises on CLECO compensation. Live up to your promises on CLECO compensation. And, Madam Speaker, it says Bishop Simeon Hall himself, a victim of the insolvent life and health insurance's collapse, says live up to, the government needs to live up to its promises, Madam Speaker. So you have 10,000 Bahamians, Madam Speaker, 10,000 Bahamians who would be in our constituencies. So every member of parliament should be standing up right now, ensuring that this government ensures that these Bahamians are paid. So instead of worrying about me, they should worry about these Bahamian people who need their monies, Madam Speaker, who need their monies, Madam Speaker, right? Who need these monies, Madam Speaker. And maybe instead of spending on $2.5 million for a plane, you could have put in the budget the $4 million for these policyholders who need their monies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also wish to talk about, Madam Speaker, and I said, Madam Speaker, that I won't be here too long. Madam Speaker, I said I won't be here too long, Madam Speaker. Right? Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, business owners in the country, Madam Speaker, feel like there's an assault. There's assault on them and assault on businesses in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there was a post yesterday that I wish to share with this House, and it does deserve a response from the government, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, I quote, yesterday at CBS Bahamas, we were visited by the Revenue Enhancement Task Force, a group of 10 agents from government departments such as NIB, Customs, DIR, Immigration, RBDF, etc. Their arrival, unannounced in the middle of the shopping day around 11 a.m., was not only disruptive, but also deeply alarming for both our customers and staff. The sight of heavily armed government agents entering a retail store created an atmosphere of fear and confusion. Now, let me just stop very briefly, Madam Speaker.
Shame.
Listen and think about that picture that was painted. But just a few minutes ago, unfortunately, a young man was shot at the magistrate's court on Nassau Street, steps away from the police station, Madam Speaker. You see the disparity that the Bahamian people look at? The person goes on, Madam Speaker. While I understand the objectives of
this task force, the manner in which the inspection was conducted raises several critical questions. Why the surprise visit? Can't businesses receive a courtesy call ahead of time? This would help facilitate the viewing of requested documents efficiently, minimizing wasted time for both parties. Why the show of force? This is a business owner. Why the show of force? What message are we sending when a routine check is accompanied by armed enforcement agents? CBS Bahamas is fully compliant and has no history of issues or wrongdoings. This aggressive approach seems excessive and unwarranted. Armed guards. Why the redundancy? Why request printed copies of documents that are already accessible through various government portals, such as custom entries? This redundancy only adds to the bureaucratic burden and wastes valuable resources. Why target compliant businesses? Shouldn't efforts be focused on businesses that have a history of non-compliance or issues rather than those consistently follow the rules? Not only was CBS visited yesterday, but just about every other business operating in Southwest Plaza. This was an eye-opening event for me, and it should be for the rest of the business community as well. We are slowly but surely continuing to trend in a direction that is increasingly hostile for Bahamian businesses. Regulatory burdens aside, the intimidation tactics employed during routine checks only serve to create an atmosphere of fear and distrust. We need to address these practices to ensure that businesses are not made to feel under siege, but are encouraged to thrive and contribute positively to our economy. It's crucial for the business community, Madam Speaker, and government to work together to foster a supportive and transparent environment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've consistently said that the government, this New Day government, May-Day government continues to be hostile, hostile and now in real terms to the business community in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and it needs to be addressed. Yes. Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, and it may have been the case, can you imagine someone walking with a little child in that business establishment, and they see these persons with all of these guns? Think about it, Madam Speaker. Now, the government may try to be dismissive and say this is about enforcement. Madam Speaker, the government can't be serious. They ain't doing nothing wrong. The business owners, Madam Speaker, the business owners.
Tax collectors. Tax collectors.
Madam Speaker.
Tax collectors.
Madam Speaker. Yeah, there's no way to justify that, Madam Speaker. There's no way to justify that, Madam Speaker, not in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. This ain't North Korea. Amen. This is the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and there's no way what that business owner just described, and he is not the only one, what that business owner described should not be happening in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and I don't care whether you're F&M, PLP, it shouldn't be happening, Madam Speaker. It should not be happening. Because I would dare say, Madam Speaker, incidents like that is happening in both F&M and PLP businesses. I put that in quote, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, this bill, Madam Speaker, the enhancement. These bills continue to be important to the industry, Madam Speaker. And as I said, Madam Speaker, early at the beginning of my contribution, Madam Speaker, that the professionals, the Bahamians in the industry and the financial service industry continues to do an incredible job of making sure our products and services are meeting the innovative needs and
also assisting with the competitive advantage that the Bahamas continues to have. Madam Speaker, we support this bill. Madam Speaker, we believe that it is needed. We believe that it will go a long way in strengthening this aspect of the financial services industry, Madam Speaker. And I will repeat what I said again, Madam Speaker, that this attempt, as we've said, by many external bodies and countries to continue to put their foot on the necks of not only the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, but other small island developing states, has to stop, Madam Speaker. And we must continue to not only innovate, as we are doing, and the professionals in the industry continue to do, but we must continue to assert our sovereignty, not being naive about all the different global dynamics, but we must continue to speak on behalf of our people. Just as we do with climate justice, we must continue to fight this, Madam Speaker, because, Madam Speaker, they don't want us in the business, and they don't want us in the business because they want to keep us dependent on them, Madam Speaker. St. Barnabas supports these bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank God for this opportunity to be in the House of Assembly of the most beautiful, resilient country on the planet. And I thank God for the people of Marco City who have given me this opportunity 2 times now to represent them in the Parliament of the Bahamas. And Madam Speaker, like my colleagues, we intend to do so fairly, fearlessly, and in the interest of all Bahamians. Madam Speaker, we have said before, and we believe it from the bottom of our heart, that if Bahamians pull together, we will in fact be unstoppable. And that is why we make the point over and over that we embrace members of our organization, independents, members of the Progressive Liberal Party, because we believe all of us share the common problem, the problem of the Davis-Cooper leadership. And we intend to help solve that issue, Madam Speaker, in the next general election. Madam Speaker, while the opposition supports the draft legislation and all related policy measures and initiatives that will strengthen the prospects for the financial services industry, we must point out a concern with this and all legislation that require this Davis administration to ensure equitable and fair enforcement of the law and the adherence to principles of public accountability. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have all said already, we support these 2 pieces of legislation, the Securities Industry Bill of 2024 and, of course, the DARE Bill of 2024. We were the forerunners for the DARE Bill when we were in government, and, of course, we support any amendments or overhaul of the bill that would make us a more viable and attractive jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, from its enactment in 2020, the DARE Act was rightly heralded as an innovative and comprehensive piece of legislation that provided a clear, appropriate, and sufficient regulatory guardrails for the development of a thriving digital asset registry industry in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, we had the good fortune as a caucus to have met with the regulators, and we were briefed on the development of these 2 pieces of legislation, and we had a wonderful discussion about the way forward. We respect not just the regulations, but those Bahamians that have worked tirelessly across successive administrations in order to make sure that we have best-in-class legislation for our jurisdiction. We are pulling for their continued success, as every day we work and pull for the success of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, if I might just pause for a moment to underscore that we have consistently offered bipartisan support to the Davis-Cooper administration and have only on the rarest of occasions been taken up on our offer to work seamlessly across the political divide on those issues that are in the best interest of all Bahamians. It is patently untrue, the assertions made by the member for Exuma during his contribution, that we do not seek to work in tandem with this government on matters where we are, in fact, challenged by foreigners. Madam Speaker.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exuma, Mr. Ragadal.
The member for Marco City makes reference to something I said that was untrue, which implies that I've told a falsehood, Madam Speaker. Let me reflect on my comments this morning. The comments related to the lack of agreeing that the opposition did today as it relates to debating the bill at hand, the other bill that we will now debate on another day. I indicated that this has never happened previously when I served as opposition lead for financial services, and in this particular occasion, it was not acting in good faith under the spirit of our cooperation on financial services matters. So I want to be very clear on this issue. Secondly, I can say that I have, on occasion, this minister, invited the government side for consultations, and in any matter that falls within my remit, those invitations are always open to them in the spirit of full cooperation.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
As I've said earlier, Madam Speaker, members of the Free National Movement in this place, we are committed on working with the government where we believe it is in the best interest of the Bahamian people, and no member is going to assert to the contrary, and we accept it as being factual because it is not. In fact, Madam Speaker, the Progressive Liberal Party does not have a monopoly on loving Bahamians or loving the Bahamas. They love it no more than we do. They work no harder than we have worked or will work in the future to ensure that those countries, through multilateral organizations like the OECD, through, on occasion, the Financial Action Task Force, who seek to set up moving goalposts that they want us to pursue, we have, when we were in government, not just this last time, but the time before, we have challenged them as well on the world stage. So the Progressive Liberal Party has no monopoly on standing up for Bahamians. But we are about the business, even when there is a moving goalpost, because we understand we don't have the luxury of time to simply beat up our gum about unfair treatment. We must also make sure we are doing everything possible within this jurisdiction to comply with any sensible requirements in the global regulatory environment. So we get on with the work of making sure that we tick the relevant box in order to get off any of the nonsensical lists that others may come up with, because we do understand they can affect our financial fortunes. But again, the strategy of this government is always to set up a scenario when their backs are against the wall, set up the scenario of them and us. It's everybody else against them. And when they mean them, they generally don't mean the Bahamian people in general. They mean them, the Progressive Liberal Party, because only them are interested in wiping every tear from every eye. And by the way, you should credit, I think it was Revelation, that's in the Bible. It was not coined by the Progressive Liberal Party. So even, Madam Speaker, as the current amendments seek to enhance certain safeguards and permit an expanded range of legitimate activities, the reputation of our country in this emerging space hinges upon the ability and willingness of the Bahamian government to ensure that our laws and regulations will be enforced fairly, firmly, and consistently. To maintain and grow an industry that attracts the biggest and most credible businesses, we must be able to demonstrate consistently that laws are followed, that the regulatory oversight is meaningful, and that bad actors are identified and addressed by consistent laws and lawmakers who themselves follow the law. Madam Speaker, and this leads me to my concern in the aftermath of the FTX situation. Madam Speaker, I mentioned before in this place, we have had multiple interviews with rating agencies, multilateral organizations, and international media, since we have been in the chair. Myself, along with the Shadow for Finance, the Honorable Kwesi Thompson. On occasion, we've been joined by former Minister of Finance, Peter Turnquest. And here is what is interesting. We have gone out of our way to make sure we close ranks with the government on the central issue that we are protecting our jurisdiction. We have been consistent in this regard. On a simple literature review of interviews we have done globally with press as well as multilateral organizations would show that the characterization that others have attempted to put on us in this room is in fact patently false. We have been committed to protecting this jurisdiction, and we've done so responsibly. We have, as is our obligation, to ask critical questions. That's why we ask of this administration, why were you silent in the aftermath of the initial news of the collapse of FTX in not moving quickly to address the misinformation in the global community? A vacuum was left, and our detractors, our competitors, those that hate on this country, rushed to fill the space. So every other effort that was made by this administration, was playing catch-up in order to put the correct narrative for our country on the global stage. This government was slow and lackluster. And so, Madam Speaker, we have done our job as a responsible opposition. But we've still asked some important questions I will come to in a moment that today, up to today, this government has failed to answer. I join those who quite rightly recognize that Ms. Christina Roll and her team at the Securities Commission of the Bahamas has been the consummate professionals who have, in a very real sense, been global leaders in developing and implementing a world-class digital asset regulatory regime. I align myself fully with the sentiments of members of our side and the government side that have spoken to their contribution to the development of this industry. Madam Speaker, nevertheless, we still have to face the reality that one of the world's most recognized, largest and most influential digital exchanges met its demise in the Bahamas, with its leading figures facing substantial jail time for very serious fraud-related offenses. That entire episode shone a bright light and sometimes unfairly harsh light on the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We had an obligation to respond swiftly, but in a measured and accurate way. The government squandered that opportunity in the early days after the collapse. Clearly based on what has come to light publicly, that entity engaged in specific activities that would put the now defunct company and its principals in breach of the DARE Act as it existed at the time. Yet, to our knowledge, no one is being pursued criminally for any breach of the DARE Act. We have yet to understand what investigations or audit reviews have been undertaken to detail the circumstances that led to the collapse of the exchange, including anything we may have missed in our regulatory oversight. Madam Speaker, this fulsome accounting of what got us to that point of collapse of the exchange, with the documented details on how we strengthen our regulatory regime to avoid recurrence, these must be a part of the closing of that chapter. Madam Speaker, this is precisely why we had indicated it would be a wonderful thing to have a select committee examining all things related to FTX and its collapse, inclusive of how and when they came into the country and all of the related matters. Madam Speaker, we went to great pains to lay out a comprehensive list of questions that this administration, Madam Speaker, conveniently avoided answering. Madam Speaker, just last month, on May 24th, the Tribune ran an article, and many of you would have heard it. In fact, it's been cited in here today, that cited a report alleging that FTX made payments totaling $675,000 to high-ranking government officials, citing a submission to the Delaware Bankruptcy Court by one Robert Clary. The paper noted the following: Sullivan and Cromwell and Nadello also found that the FTX group made several donations to entities affiliated with the Bahamian government, and, of course, affiliated with the Bahamian government officials and their families. For example, the FTX group sent $500,000 as a purported donation to an entity owned by relatives of a high-ranking Bahamian government official. In addition, the FTX group donated $175,000 to other entities affiliated with family members of high-ranking Bahamian government officials. Finally, Sullivan and Cromwell and Nadello's investigation identified other contacts between the FTX group and Bahamian government officials. Close quote. So in an official report submitted to a U.S. court, we have an appointed examiner indicating what I've just read. Madam Speaker, these kinds of allegations, given detractors, given often persons who despise this jurisdiction, or given revelations that may come out, beg answers. And it is important for us to address these issues so that others do not give us a black eye in this jurisdiction. We have not, in the Free National Movement, asserted that these are absolutely accurate because we don't know. But in the global community, where our reputation and what we say matters, it is important that we see the importance and urgency of bringing clarity to these kinds of assertions. Who are these government officials? Where is the Bahamian government intense follow-up with the U.S. government to get the details to launch our own fulsome investigation? Why? Yeah, that's fine. And when did it occur? That's an excellent point being raised by the member for Exoma. And when did it allegedly occur? Why wouldn't our Prime Minister and our Deputy Prime Minister, and I must now say with his help, he just said when did it occur, so he's helping us now. Why wouldn't our Prime Minister and our Deputy Prime Minister and our Attorney General not be moving heaven and earth to ensure that these payouts were legitimate and appropriate if in fact they occurred? These are the things that will ensure that we have a credible jurisdiction. These are the things that would ensure that we have a credible jurisdiction. One of the questions, Madam Speaker, that we ask whether or not any funds from NIB, for example, was invested. A legitimate question given the range of things that NIB has invested in. We never got an answer. A simple question have been left on the table by left by the government on the table for now months. I believe it may now be over a year. Secondly, we ask, have all of the employees associated with the company been made whole? Have all of the encumbrances, all of the obligations of FTX to the Bahamian government, have those been met? We've also asked, and this, and again, Freetown, this is very, very important because you may wish to answer it during the wrap-up. How is it that Sam Bankman-Fried would be so comfortable that even though the court was now involved in the winding up of this company, in other words, he had no more ability to operate as if he was CEO of this company, how is it possible that he could have had the ease, the comfort to send an email to no less than an attorney general of a sovereign nation saying, I'm prepared to leave the portal open so that Bahamians who need to retrieve their assets can go in and get their assets out before the rest of the world, by the way, the rest of the world will still be scrambling and have to go through the court in order to achieve that. So,
the chair recognizes the honourable
member for Marco City is making reference to an email that if he wishes to adopt this information, he should lay this on the table. He should not be speculating, or he should withdraw these references. As he speaks of protecting the reputation of the Bahamas to the world, he ought to be judicious in what he says.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I would undertake in order to lay the information that I just referred to, and so, Madam Speaker, no, and in much the same way, Madam Speaker, in much the same way, you have given latitude that before the end of the sitting, such document can be laid. Without a withdrawal, I wish to continue my presentation, and I undertake to lay it. If I have the slightest difficulty, I will come back to this House and make the point and do just that. But I wish to continue, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. And so, Madam Speaker, the point is, what would give the CEO of a country the comfort and ease that they could say to no less than an Attorney General that I'm prepared to leave the portal open? It is the most worrisome thing. In fact, to the credit of the head of our regulatory regime, Ms. Christina Johnson, Christina Roll acted on that particular item, and that was a part of the basis for the court action as reported by our media. And so we applaud our regulator and their entire dynamic team. But what would give a CEO the comfort, Central and Saudi Lutra, that he can say that he can utter something that he knows to be illegal to an attorney general in a country and say, I can make whole. They could go and get the stuff out of there and they would not have any jeopardy. It is important for the government to seek to answer these kinds of questions. I would not litigate where in other cases you've had government officials who sought to have relatives benefit from advice. I'm just making the point that there are so many critical questions that I implore this government, for the sake of protecting the reputation of the Bahamas, that we should seek to answer the range of questions around FTX, including the items I've already read into the record. But, Madam Speaker, as I'm running out of time, and I think I have another 30 minutes or so, but let me go quickly. Madam Speaker, with respect to the Grand Bahama saga and the non-digital assets that we are concerned about in Grand Bahama, Madam Speaker, the straw vendors have reached out to, in Grand Bahama, who at the International Bazaar, have reached out to both the Prime Minister and to the Member of Parliament for Pine Ridge, who is the Minister for Grand Bahama. And they have several questions that it is my hope that in the wrap-up or on a point of order or a point of clarification, we would allow the member for Exuma to address this issue specifically. The straw vendors would like to know, what is the government's plan for all of the displaced straw vendors in the bazaar area who have signed a 99-year lease with Grand Bahama Port Authority you already headed down the wrong road, Exuma. They have signed a 99-year lease with the Grand Bahama Port Authority for the property. And this question, that first question, as will the other two, came out of the government's announcement that it now has plans and that it is engaged in discussions to buy. I've assured the vendors, to the best of our knowledge and all the people we've spoken to, the government has not executed one agreement of sale, nor have they been in any real robust conversations. But we are hopeful they are going to engage in these discussions that they have been mentioning. The second question asked by the straw vendors, does the government intend to rebuild the building that was, in fact, destroyed by fire? So in the grand site plan and master design for the new structure that will occur in that space, will a new building be constructed? And our straw vendors are part of the group that the government will engage in discussions when it is talking with the various owners in that immediate space and the surrounding areas. And then the final question that they have sent is, which owners have the government, which owners have the government negotiated with thus far? And so, Madam Speaker, we are very much interested in hearing more about the concrete plans. Multiple stakeholders in the city of Freeport, and by extension in Grand Bahama, would love to hear how those discussions are going. Some of them who are a part of the bazaar themselves have not been contacted, so they are quite curious, who is it that the government is in fact speaking to? And so it's a wonderful thing that it appears that monies have now been sourced through a loan arrangement, but obviously this is a new, I guess this is what it means by not following the status quo, creating new parts where you would actually go and get the money for the thing that you have discussed widely without having spoken to the owners in advance. I mean, that is a novel way to approach it, and we support it if it's going to end well. Madam Speaker, the second matter is we are hopeful and prayerful that the airport would in fact come out of the ground, that we will actually make progress in that regard. We believe that the member for Exuma has been making some efforts. We understand and we pray for conflict resolution between the member for Exuma and the Attorney General. We understand that you're doing your best, and I want you to know that we support you, but we understand that you're running into stalemate with some of your colleagues.
The city is putting erroneous information on the record at the House. There's no conflict with me and any of my colleagues, and he ought not put erroneous information that misleads the public. He ought to know better. He is the leader of the opposition. He should show some responsibility in the things he utters.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Freshly minted.
Madam Speaker, I do not. Madam Speaker, I was not. Madam Speaker, let me just say I was not aware of me speaking about things that I thought I was familiar with would actually rub salt into what is an open wound in the Progressive Liberal Party's camp, and so I would cease and desist from going further, only to say that it is absolutely inexplicable. We cannot understand why a project that has a consortium of contractors who have capacity and the resources to proceed with construction, and why a management company that is poised and in place to manage a world-class airport is unable to finish an arrangement with a government that says it is highly motivated to get a world-class airport in Freeport. But we are pulling for you, and we are pulling for the people of Grand Bahama. We just ask you to put on more speed. We also are hopeful that this new short list of buyers for the Grand Lucayan would soon be would publicly identify, and the details of this pending deal would also be made public as well. We are hopeful for a world-class destination of that size and magnitude. We believe it would be in the interest of the people of Grand Bahama. Madam Speaker, my colleague from East Grand Bahama, the chairman also of the Free National Movement, have have raised a number of critical issues concerning the heavy-handedness of this administration. Madam Speaker, this administration, despite talking about improving the ease of doing business, have become an albatross around the neck of the business community.
Enemies of business.
Small and micro-sized businesses starved by this administration of resources which is important for their startup, growth, and development. And notwithstanding what the government has claimed that it has made available to the business community, many micro and small business enterprises do not have an opportunity yet to say thank you to this administration. But not just small and micro-sized businesses, but medium and large businesses have also been in a stranglehold, in a headlock by this administration. Now, we understand, or we theorize, that a part of what is motivating this administration is, one, we have an inattentive prime minister who has surrendered his responsibility to a financial secretary, and therefore he does not have his hands on the wheel, driving this country towards two things at least. One, economic growth beyond the meager 1.7% growth rate, which is not sufficient for us to tackle the challenges of the now and the challenges that are on the rise. And secondly, this government has failed to exercise fiscal prudence. And so both on the economic and the fiscal side, they have demonstrated that what they said when they were in opposition, when Exuma was the spokesperson and seemed to have had a fairly clear sense of what a future PLP administration would do, they now come to government, and clearly Exuma must not be included in the intimate discussions about the strategic direction of this country, because clearly they have gone in a fundamentally different direction.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
He's speaking for Exuma. He's calling for speculation. If he has a question, he should put it on notice, or he should ask me. I take offense to him making reference to Exuma and what Exuma would do and what Exuma said, and Exuma is sitting here. Exuma sent this member to represent them, and I ask him not to use the word Exuma loosely, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. I agree.
I know. Madam Speaker, I would only say that the member for Exuma and Ragged Island clearly in that moment was experiencing what the business community is experiencing. And that is fear of reprisal. Fear of reprisal. And so Exuma, I know you are a successful entrepreneur in your other life, which we will return you to shortly. I just want to say, I do want to say that one of the issues we're deeply concerned about is just the heavy. No, we don't mind. You'll be on the other side, but your team wouldn't be there. So no problem. And we're not sure you're going to be there either. But let me say this though. I believe, Madam Speaker, it is worrisome. I believe that the government side would remember when I first started talking more than a year and a half ago about the government weaponizing organs of the state. They said I was being irresponsible, I was being reckless, etc. I said it then about some members of the uniform branch that I felt were uneven in their handling of matters that relate to members on the government side versus members in the opposition. I was ridiculed. Madam Speaker, I came back later and made the point. When it came to real property tax collection, we do believe that the government ought to collect its taxes. Once again, I was ridiculed when I said I felt as if the government would cherry pick who they applied the law to when it came to the collection of real property tax. I also made the point with respect to inland revenue, relative to a specific case I'm familiar with, a supporter, a backer of the Free National Movement, whose books was gone through with a fine-tooth comb. And he had no someone who supported our organization proudly. But now here it is. This administration went in, again I was ridiculed for raising the issue. And then they went to all of the marinas, once again. Again, in our view, intimidating business persons. Now, they've gone into CBS. This government now has a pattern of intimidating businesses. So I would only close on this matter, Madam Speaker. This administration continues to make it difficult to do business in this country, and giving the impression that legitimate businesses, that did not give them a pretext for them to come into those businesses. Madam Speaker, I'm just wrapping up on this point if I can have just a couple more minutes to do so, Madam Speaker. I love that sign. Do that again, Madam Speaker. Look at God. Look at God. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, those businesses, Madam Speaker, those businesses. I like that. Those businesses were unfairly treated. The government should be careful not to drive people out of business or out of this jurisdiction. The government should be careful not to inflict reputational damage on legitimate businesses over the hill on the periphery of New Providence. If we are concerned about people being compliant in NIB, there is a list, Madam Speaker. There is a list, Madam Speaker. There is a list of people who we know not to be compliant with NIB. How come we haven't gone to their offices and businesses and collect, in some cases, $2 million, in some cases, $1 million, in some cases, $600,000 that are overdue in NIB? We have persons who have evaded customs. Why are we not dealing with them? We have a whole new structure going up at the airport that is ultra-virus of the law to collect customs taxes. Why are we not going after them? We have immigration questions not answered. Why are we not addressing those persons who fail to answer those legitimate questions? And so, Madam Speaker, if we are going to carry what is not a voluntary task force to go into people's businesses, we know the businesses we should go into, and the question this government must answer for the Bahamian people: why are you not going to those businesses that legitimately have reason for you to go and look at their books? You have legitimate reasons to question the people who run those businesses. Why are you not addressing those issues? And with those words, Madam Speaker, we support the legislation.
The extra minute, eh? Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I stand, as I always do in this honorable place, because as Central Grand Bahama demonstrates, it's real when we say that God woke us up and clothed us in our right mind and permits us to do whatever it is we're doing. And also because of the beautiful people of the great constituency of Freetown who have reposed their trust in me. And Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to spend a part of the lunch break with some men and women at Pilgrim Baptist Church, or Pilgrim Baptist Cathedral, on St. James Road at an after Father's Day event, at which, Madam Speaker, I reminded the men that Father's Day exists because a daughter lobbied a president for her father to have a day that her mother had. And so, to use Carmichael's word, it behooves us. It behooves all men to live up to the confidence of that daughter who had faith in her father. Madam Speaker, I really don't know what to say is what you say when you actually know what you're going to say. But, Madam Speaker, we were here hoping to debate 3 pieces of financial services legislation, but we're debating 2. And the most amazing thing is if you collectively add up the contribution of the members on the other side who spoke, it would total more than 11 now, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Their contribution towards the bills would actually amount to 1 person's contribution. And, Madam Speaker, one is when we deal tomorrow for the 1 hour with the one they didn't deal with, one will get the impression that there was no discernible reason why we couldn't deal with that today. And that is really what Exuma and Ragged Island were speaking about. Because we'll have now the ability, when all of that was tied in, to address what St. Barnabas said was this conspiracy against us. And you know, Madam Speaker, it sounds very nice when you talk about a conspiracy against us as a people. But when you examine in this field, and I'll make it relevant in this financial services field, St. Barnabas talked about it, Marco City talked about it, Kalani didn't try even to talk about it. He sided with the other folk, right? The reality of it is this, Madam Speaker, when you look at what they say and then you examine it, you will see what they're talking about. And so they talk about this conspiracy, and Kalani went so far and suggested that the country was dirty before the F&M cleaned it up in 1992, which is an offensive thing to say to anybody who was in the financial services sector before 1992. And what happened, Madam Speaker, for the edification of the Bahamian public, is the cleaning up that we did, like getting rid of bearer IBCs, which we were mandated to do. When clients came to get their documents, one discovered that they transferred them to Delaware, USA, and Colorado, USA. And so when one talks about this country being dirty, as Kalani did, to be cleaned up by the Free National Movement, this just echoes what is the common thread of seeking to attack leadership of a particular kind, notwithstanding that there's only been 1 unanimous condemnation of any government by a commission of inquiry in this country, and that was not a PLP government that was condemned. It was the other fellas on casino gambling. And so you have this pretext that we are cleaning up. So we're stopping you doing these bad practices that is now taking place in all of the G7 countries. So that's when they talk about this conspiracy. But what is even more subtle, you know, Madam Speaker, is what Marco City just did. He asked a bunch of questions about, it was $600,000? $600,000, he said, directed in this fashion. When Reuters, and I'll refer to Reuters because some of the papers they refer to, Madam Speaker, you know what the paper said? 1 in 10 unemployed, instead of saying 9 in 10 employed. It's perspective. It's called perspective. But Reuters reported something that was very common. They talk about $600,000. You know how much FTX was found to have given to American politics? $100 million. So, so they're asking all of these questions. They say this is such a disturbing thing that you have all of these open questions over $600,000 without saying anything, Madam Speaker, about $100 million directly traced to the election campaign in the United States of America. And they say this when I believe anyone with a Miami Heat ticket would end up sitting in FTX Arena. Eh? So when one hears them talking about these conspiracies against us, and then when they talk about examinations, they suddenly think that the U.S., who have to probe on their account $100 million, that's not a cloud. $600,000 is a cloud. The Bahamian people will understand the perspective. What's even worse, you know, Madam Speaker, I heard Marco City laud the Securities Commission. Cat Island, Ramkey, and San Salvador took us, as Fort Charlotte said, through the high-level analysis of the bill. Fort Charlotte took us through a more, what one would say, granular almost examination of the bill and its parts. If they had actually debated the bill, they would have understood that a lot of these open questions they talk about and these investigations aren't to be done by the central government. They're to be done by the regulator. And the regulator in this space is the Securities Commission. And so when they talk about they're asking all of these open questions, we heard a lot of questions here about matters that are sub judice and improper to be asked in this place, and which none of us ought to be able to answer. And that's inclusive of the CLECO matter, where there is a court-appointed officer. So when one talks about these are questions to be answered, and we're debating financial legislation, and there seems to be a lack of understanding that the Securities Commission is the regulator charged. And what is even worse, Madam Speaker, is it is indisputable that the Securities Commission did a yeoman's job on FTX. Yes. Undisputable. Mr. Ray in the U.S. started out talking foolishness, but in the end, all of the court filings showed that our Securities Commission moved timorously to arrest any wrongdoing and any ability for there to be defalcation. In fact, in the example that Marco City gives, he asks, how could a convicted fraudster have the gumption to offer someone a bribe? How could a man who had the gumption to publicly take billions of dollars from people not have the gumption to sit in front of a computer and send an email? That's his question. And he wants to be Prime Minister of this country. That's his question. How could a fraudster who, in the light of day, gave $100 million to the Americans for their election, had a whole basketball stadium named after them, took billions of dollars from people in broad daylight, how could that person have the gumption to sit in front of a computer and point and print an email? That is Marco City's question. In fact, Madam Speaker, it was so funny. When I was sitting down, and they amused me to the point that I have to Google some of these things, right? And one of the things I Googled was that Margaritaville is owed $55,000 from these little folk who would show up from FTX, and the waiter said they'd spend much of their time face down in their phones and their computers. How could somebody who, when they showed a picture of him surrounded by computers, on the conviction and their account, teeth in billions openly, hundreds of millions, how could he send an email to say, Attorney General of the Bahamas, I can let you get your people straight if supposedly you can do something for me on the backside? How could a man who does all of that in the open send one email? And so at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, these are the issues. And to say something that would cast any sort of doubt on the Securities Commission, who it is acknowledged acted quickly and responsibly to the point that now.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Barnabas.
The member of Freetown is incorrect in saying that the leader of the opposition, the member from Marco City, posed that question, and the record will reflect that, Madam Speaker.
Marco City posed the question of where did this $690-something go? That is an issue that would be investigated by the Securities Commission. He asked, why wasn't reports made to the police? The person who refers things to the FIU and then the police is the Securities Commission. He asked it plainly and openly. And then he suggested that the Royal Bahamas Police Force have done absolutely no investigations, basically denigrating another organ of this country. So, Madam Speaker, the thing that is so curious, right, when you think about it, he said, what makes you so comfortable to make it appear that there's something untoward? And then he says, the Securities Commission used this email sent to the Attorney General to get the injunction. And if one were to just be being less than wickedly partisan, the automatic question, since they like to ask questions, is, well, how did the Securities Commission get the email? How did they get the email to the Attorney General, other than the Attorney General giving it to them? And then the email itself says, these fellas may be up to no good, you better go to the court and shut them down, which is what the Securities Commission did. If you want to be Prime Minister of this country and not be caught up with another Oban scam, where you don't ask sufficient question in advance, when you don't anticipate, Madam Speaker, that everyone ain't honest. You know, people wake up I wake up every day hoping not to sin, Madam Speaker. Every God blessed day. Not to sin. Every day I wake up, Madam Speaker, I say, this is the day that I will not sin. Every day.
Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne.
The good gentleman from Freetown has just made assertions and inferences that, in fact, it was the Attorney General that sent the email from Sang Bankman-Fried to him to the Securities Commission. That's what we all understood from his last minute, but obviously he's not been privy to the email. From my review of it, there's a C roll copied on the email. So unless he knows for a fact that the Attorney General forwarded it to the Securities Commission and that is how they came into receipt of it, he should be asked to withdraw his assertion that it was the Attorney General that brought it to the attention of the Securities Commission and not the sender himself. You know, we can't just stand on our feet in this honorable House and deny facts with non-facts. If you're going to introduce facts, make sure they're factual.
Madam Speaker, I am grateful to St. Anne's because that...
Ask him to produce evidence The Attorney General brought this to the Securities Commission's attention, and not that the sender included members of the Securities Commission on the email. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly withdraw what I said, because what Sinan says makes it worse. Because Sinan is saying that this fellow who gives hundreds of millions, over $100 million to politicians, has FTX Arena, how could he sit down and send an email to the regulator and the Attorney General? That actually makes it worse, Madam Speaker, not better. Not better at all. What in fact Marco City has said is this was sent to the Attorney General. It also was sent to the regulator. So now the full picture is there, and this isn't any cozy communication between this young man and the Attorney General, which was the impression given. And so I'm happy, and I wholeheartedly withdraw that, because it's worse. This is an email sent to the Attorney General and the regulator. I see Marco City seems to have a point of order, Madam Speaker. I wouldn't usually do it, but in case he feels he's being oppressed.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, just two short things. The first is I just ask you to withdraw the comment with respect to the police force, because I did not mention the Royal Bahamas Police Force. No, I asked a simple question of the government. That's a question that I asked. So I made no comments with respect to the Royal Bahamas Police Force, and you stated it as a statement of fact that I basically said no. So I'm just saying, just be accurate. Don't get cute with it. Just be accurate. That's all I'm saying. The second point that you raised. So, Madam Speaker, I'm just simply saying the member sought to represent. I made comments directly with respect to the police force, and I did not. Let me just say that. The simple question we raised in the front of the Prime Minister's office related to whether or not FTX, one, did we invest any funds in FTX from NIB? The second thing we asked about was whether employees had been made whole. Were they incumbent to NIB? We also asked the question in terms of why did he face no charges in this jurisdiction? So all of those are questions that we asked. But in terms of repudiating the police force, we did not. And then the final point I walked in on that you were referring to, your point seemed to be that this guy was committing crimes in open. Therefore, there's nothing strange about him sending an email to the Attorney General. Is that the point that you were making? Yeah, and so our simple point basically was what gave him the ease. So you are now offering a theory. Your theory is that's what con men do. That's fine. But I'm saying I wondered what would give him the ease to write the Attorney General in that manner with others in copy. What would give him that ease? It's a reasonable question.
Madam Speaker, the member asked about what were the extent of investigations on this collapse in this jurisdiction. The agency that investigates that, Securities Commission, FIU, and the police. My point is not that he said expressly that they weren't doing their jobs, but by what he said, one could take that he was questioning their application. Madam Speaker, as to the point that he seeks to make as to, I say it's in the open, so that's an explanation. He is asking a question. The point I made, Madam Speaker, and I thought I made it sarcastically so it would be noted, is you want to be Prime Minister. You're wondering why a con man who is doing things in the open would send an email of that nature. Well, I wonder why a big fat Indian man, as one of my friends say, could sign a contract for a short white man in front of plenty of people, a picture being taken of it, and nobody catch it.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Sands.
The honorable member for Freetown is an intelligent man. He's an experienced criminal defense attorney. He's a King's counsel. He's offered one opinion as to why an email could be sent. I'm sure he can come up with at least 3 other opinions, and I would be delighted if he would share them now, because he's avoiding the obvious and attempting to escape the reality of that communication. Please, Madam Speaker, I would invite Freetown to offer 2 or 3 other reasons why that email would have been sent. I can give other opinions and other reasons why that email could have been sent. The email ends with the fact that we want you to tell us you want us to do it, and if you don't email us back, we'll open it anyway. Is there an email back? No one's seen the email back. So they allowed the gentleman to go forward, open the account, and monies were withdrawn. So this is not about a fraudster just sitting back on his desk in his last few days talking about, I'm about to leave this country and I can do this for you. Look at how bold I am. There is much more that could be read from that email, and the gentleman is more than capable now of sharing other views as to why that email was actually sent.
Because I'm a King's counsel, I know better than to discuss matters that are sub judice in this place in accordance with the rules. Because this is what my initial point was, that they were around here talking about things that were sub judice, FTX and CLICO, if he would recall. So, Madam Speaker, this is what the attitude is. We're being discriminated against, we're being opposed. St. Barnabas even echoed the Prime Minister's foot on necks characterization. All of this. The Prime Minister said that in a public forum, and somebody in there said, why are you doing that? Why are you trying to get up the back of these people? So, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people should pay very close attention to this. And as I continue to say, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people are free to use their smartphones in a smart way. If you're comparing the Bahamas to somebody else in this matter, you look at what happened. In fact, Mr. Ray suggested that the majority of business was not done here. Getting to these bills, Madam Speaker, the whole intent and purpose of a bill, you don't assume that people are going to obey the law. If you assumed everyone was going to obey the law, you wouldn't need a regulator. You arm the regulator to be able to deal with, Madam Speaker, people who do not obey the rules. Because people who do things openly, on the face of it, not breaking any laws, on the face of it, very compliant, can in fact be breaking the laws. And what these bills do is to seek to strengthen the hand of our regulators so that we can continue to be world leaders, as the Securities Commission showed in the FTX matter. So, Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that we're not dealing with these 3 pieces of legislation because, as usual, much of the conversation had to do with irrelevances, and Kalani even sought to scandalize a private company, which you're not supposed to do in here, but they continue to do it. And he then said that the people of Abaco and Grand Bahama may be sometimes internally corrupt. They use something for their benefit for evil. It is unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that we continue to have these debates where unknowingly the Bahamian people are insulted. And in the evening when they sit and think about it, they must know that they have been insulted. Freetown, Madam Speaker, supports these bills. And I would therefore, Madam Speaker, ask for the question to be put.
Thank you, Member.
No, you're good.
Order the documents be brought up.
Next week, man. We know it's next week.
Why are you pretending it
We
was
know it's
on
next week.
Facebook and all over the place? Why?
We know it ain't tomorrow. We
Why
know it's
you
next week.
pretending?
We know it ain't tomorrow. We know it's next week.
Last ones you all, they were smudgy, nobody could even read them. I was trying to see the course of them.
Thank you. Order and documents do lie on the table. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to regulate the issuance, sale, and trade of digital assets in or from within the Bahamas, and to repeal and replace the Digital Assets and Registered Exchanges Act 2020. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to regulate the issuance, sale, and trade of digital assets in or from within the Bahamas, and to repeal and replace the Digital Assets and Registered Exchanges Act 2020.
For the second readings?
The second reading and passing of the Securities Industry Bill 2024.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members. It's moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to update and modernize the law relating to the regulation of securities exchanges and securities industry, to expand and enhance the powers of the Securities Commission, to repeal the Security Industry Act, Chapter 363, and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to update and modernize the law relating to the regulation of securities exchanges and the securities industry, to expand and enhance the powers of the Securities Commission, to repeal the Securities Act, Chapter 363, and for connected matters.
Security of the Committee of the Whole?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the House to now dissolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Digital Assets and Registered Exchanges Bill, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that Clause 1, the short title of the bill, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that sections 2 to 16 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that sections 2 through 16 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Sections 2 through 16 is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that clause 17 of the bill be agreed.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for. It has been moved and seconded that clause 17. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move for amendments to the bill, clause 17 of the bill to be amended as follows. In subclause 2A, delete paragraph D3 and substitute the following new subparagraph D3, Chief Executive Officer. Amendment to be made in subclause 2B, delete paragraph E and substitute the following new subparagraph E, a change of its shareholders or beneficial owners.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill is amended as read.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that clauses 18 to 30 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 18 through 30 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 18 through 30 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that clause 31 of the bill be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Chair, I move for the amendments to be made to clause 31 of the bill. Amendments to be made as follows. In subclause 1, delete paragraphs E and F and substitute the following new paragraph. E, not engage in market-making activities unless approved by the Commission. In subclause 1(2), renumber paragraph G as paragraph F. In subclause 2, delete the term proprietary trading and its accompanying definition.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 31 is amended as read.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that clauses 32 to 87 be agreed.
32.
32 to 87.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 32 through 87 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 32 through 87 of the bill is agreed.
I move that the first schedule to the bill be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the first schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The first schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that the second schedule of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the second schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The second schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that the third schedule of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the third schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The third schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we can now move to the Securities Industry bill. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
And I move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that Clause 1, the short title of the bill, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Deputy Speaker, I now move that Clause 3 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Clauses 3 of the bill be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Chair, I move to amend Clause 3 of the bill, amendment to be made to Section A, insert in the following new term and accompanying definition in the appropriate alphabetical order. Carbon Credit Trading Act means the Carbon Credit Trading Act 2022, number 36 of 2022. An amendment to be made to B, delete the term law administered by the Commission and its accompanying definition and substitute as follows. Law administered by the Commission means A, this act, B, the Digital Assets and Registered Exchange Act, C, the Financial and Corporate Services Providers Act, D, the Investment Funds Act, E, the Carbon Credit Trading Act, F, in respect to the powers bestowed to the Commission in respect of persons registered or licensed with the Commission. 1, the Financial Transactions Reporting Act. 2, the Anti-Terrorism Act. G, any other law which the Commission is empowered to administer or enforce.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill is amended as read.
And I move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that Clause 4 to 9 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Clauses 4 through 9 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 4 through 9 of the bill is agreed. Some water, please.
Deputy Speaker, I now move that Clause 10 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Clauses 10 of the bill be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the amendments to be made to Clause 10 of the bill as follows. A, in subclause 9, delete the word continuous and substitute the word cumulative. And B, delete subclause 10 and renumber subclauses 11 through 16 as subclauses 10 through 15.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause 10 is amended as read.
Speaker, I now move that Clauses 11 and 12 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Clauses 11 and 12 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 11 and 12 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that Clause 13 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Clauses 13 of the bill be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Chair, amendments to be made to subclause 13 as follows. To clause 13 of the bill as follows. In subclause 3, insert the word "and" immediately before the word "not."
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause 13 of the bill is amended as read.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that clauses 14 to 65 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 14 through 65 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 14 through 65 is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that clause 60, you said 64 or 60?
65.
That clause 66 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 66 of the bill be agreed as many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Chair, amendments to be made to clause 66 of the bill as follows. In subclause 6, delete the words subsection 3 and substitute the words subsection 5.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clauses 66 of the bill is amended as read.
And I'll move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that clauses 67 to 79 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 67 through 79 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 67 through 79 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that section 80, that clause 80 of the bill be agreed.
It is 80?
80.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 80 of the bill be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Chair, amendments to be made to subclause 80 as follows, to clause 80 as follows. In subclause 2, delete the words section 61(4) and substitute the words section 73.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clauses 80 of the bill is amended as read.
I now move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that clauses 81 to 159 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 81 through 159 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 81 through 159 of the bill is agreed.
Deputy Speaker, I now move that section 100 and clause 160 of the bill be agreed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that clauses 160 of the bill be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Chair, amendments to be made to clause 160 as follows. In subclause 1, delete the word 14 and substitute the word 30.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, much was made about this third bill. Nothing was provided until this morning on all of these amendments. And there's been numerous amendments now to this compendium of 2 bills of legislation. I think the public is understanding of why the opposition does have to pump the government's brakes sometimes. They should have been ready for these bills as they were tabled. There are multiple amendments being made now. It's only prudent that the opposition continue to do what they think is right, and adequate time needs to be given to these bills. It's embarrassing now to see so many amendments on the day of debate. Embarrassing. Still on my feet, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm amazed that they waxed lyrical that they were actually consulted and sat with the industry over these bills. And so the public would be quite clear that this is a one instance that the other side admits, although they complain about other instances, that they got the bills, they got an industry briefing, and notwithstanding that, there are changes being made, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the public, someone on their side did, yeah. Yes.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Nonsense. The two primary bills, we had a discussion with the Securities Commission, but in terms of the list of amendments, again, St. Anne's is absolutely correct. Now, speaking to the point being made. And with respect to the third bill, which we are not discussing, we had no consultation on that particular bill. And we'll have a shot at it tomorrow. So what is being said is not accurate. So just get on with the business rather than pontificating, man.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the only reason we're not further along with the business is because St. Anne stood up. And then the attitude is we stand up, we say something, and it goes unanswered. The record of this House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, speaks for itself. And as I continue to say, perfection is the enemy of progress and is an explanation for why you do very little in 4.5 years. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that, did I do 61?
You did 160.
Oh.
160, yeah. It has been moved and seconded that clauses 160 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Yeah, she did. Those opposed will stand. The bill is amended as read.
Yeah. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move the clauses 161 to 170 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 161 through 170 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 161 through 170 is agreed.
I move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, now to clause 171 of the bill be agreed.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
Can the government side confirm that the Securities Commission knows of these amendments?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we play backgammon, we say don't listen to your opponent. So St. Anne's really shouldn't have listened to Central. And sorry, Lieutenant, that's some completely vicious white on white crime there.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
See how they quick to bring race into this honorable House? Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not backgammon. This is the People's Parliament. All right? This ain't no game.
Order, members.
This ain't no game in here.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 171. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Gates.
So, Chairman, amendment to be made to clause 171 as follows. Delete the words section 97 and substitute the words section 95.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 171 is amended as read.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that clauses 172 to 209 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 172 through 209 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 172 to 209 is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that clause 210 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 210 of the bill be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Chair, amendment to be made to clause 210 as follows. Delete the words subsection 71(4) and substitute the words section 72.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clauses 210 of the bill is amended as read.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that clauses 211 to 213 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 211 through 213 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 211 through 213 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that the first and second schedule of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the first and second schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The first and second schedule of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the third schedule of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the third schedule of the bill be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Chair, I move for the amendment to be made to the third schedule of the bill as follows. Under the subheading Part 5, Regulation of Marketplaces, etc., A, in the column labeled Section Contravened, 1, delete the figures 59.6 and substitute 61.2. 2, delete the figures 57.2 and substitute 63.2. 3, delete the figures 57.3 and substitute 63.3. And B, delete the third row beginning with the figure 59.7.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The third schedule of the bill is agreed. Is amended as read.
Deputy Speaker, I now move that the fourth and fifth schedule of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the fourth and fifth schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The fourth and fifth schedule of the bill is agreed.
Deputy Speaker, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I move that the Speaker returns, let me say to the other side and the Bahamian public quite earnestly, amendments are a sign that this government does not table a bill and not consider any changes to it. And so other than what Sanan suggests, the public is notified that all of the tabled bills are on the government's website. They are free to submit any commentary, any views they have, and they will be taken into account up to the day that we debate. That's what amendments show, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I now move that the House resumes with the Speaker in the chair.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker do now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The Speaker will now take the chair.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bills, having made amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
I move for the third reading and passing of the Digital Assets and Registered Exchanges Bill.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to regulate the issuance, sale, and trade of digital assets in or from within the Bahamas, and to repeal and replace the Digital Assets and Registered Exchanges Act 2020. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to regulate the issuance, sale, and trade of digital assets in or from within the Bahamas, and to repeal and replace the Digital Assets and Registered Exchanges Act 2020.
Thank you. Ordered that this bill do not pass, and the title thereof declared to be Digital Assets and Registered Exchanges Act 2024. For the third readings?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Securities Industry Bill 2024.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to update and modernize the law relating to the regulations of securities exchanges and the securities industry, to expand and enhance the powers of the Securities Commission, to repeal the Security Industry Act, Chapter 363, and for connected matters. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to update and modernize the law relating to the regulation of securities exchanges and the securities industry, to expand and enhance the powers of the Securities Commission, to repeal the Securities Industry Act, Chapter 363, and for connected matters.
Thank you. Ordered that the bill do not pass, and the title thereof declared to be Securities Industry Act 2024. For the third reading and passing?
No further third readings.
Thank you, honorable members. Ordered that the clerk to take the bills passed in this honorable house today to the honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration of Senate amendments, resolutions, member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andros.
The same subject, that's where you just. Yes. Thank you, Madam. I yield to the. No?
You yield. Do you yield? No.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to bring some clarification with respect to Centrally Lutheran in particular. On Monday, the 17th of June, 2024, the Naval Base plant experienced a major fault of a booster pump on one of the two desalination trains in place, reducing water production from the normal over 500,000 imperial gallons per day to approximately 250,000 imperial gallons per day. Unfortunately, the full repair and reinstallation of the booster pump took much longer than anticipated, and it was finally installed and recommissioned on Monday, the 24th of June, 2024. returning the plant to full production capacity. It must be noted that during this period, the corporation had to institute water conservation measures to distribute this 50% production capacity during the peak morning and evening hours. Sadly, on the morning of Tuesday, the 25th of June, 2024, the plant experienced a failure of its deep well pump. This was repaired and full production resumed again on the same day around 2:30 p.m. Last evening, around 11 p.m., the well pump experienced another failure. This was corrected around 12 noon today, and full distribution pumping has resumed again around 3 p.m. today, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the government of the Bahamas, the board management, and the staff of the Water and Sewage Corporation, I wish to extend my sincere apologies to all of the residents of Central Eleuthera for the most unfortunate water supply crisis. As a family islander, I am all too aware of the necessity for critical public infrastructure and the very adverse impact the lack of infrastructure can have on the health, welfare, and the economy of the family island communities. The Honorable Prime Minister has instructed that I and my colleague ministers responsible for the solution to this matter take any and all steps necessary to bring about a very early significant improvement to the reliability of water supply for Central Eleuthera. The following immediate steps were immediately taken by the corporation, Madam Speaker. 1, the distribution of bottled water supplies to senior citizens, residents with mobility challenges, and other residents in need. Hundreds of cases of 1-gallon bottles and thousands of 5-gallon bottles had been distributed thus far, and these efforts are continuing. 2, the delivery of tankered water supply to homes and businesses at higher elevations and those at the ends of the system who may have not received much supply during the water conservation periods. This has been extended to all homes and businesses who have any storage facilities in an effort to protect the public health. 3, arranging the shipment of water from New Providence to Central Eleuthera via barge. This operation is ongoing and will continue until the situation in Central Eleuthera is fully stabilized, Madam Speaker, and all storage facilities are filled. 4, seeking additional water tankers on New Providence for the deployment to Eleuthera to help with the tankering efforts. Beyond these immediate steps, yesterday myself and the Member of Parliament for Central and South Eleuthera, who is also the Honorable Minister of Works and Family Island Affairs, held the latest in a series of meetings with senior officials of our ministries, inclusive of the board and senior management of Water and Sewage Corporation. A series of action steps have resulted following that meeting, included but not limited to an active engagement of the Office of the Attorney General regarding the future of Aqua Design's operations in the Bahamas, active steps to bring about early additional production capacity at the Naval Base facility, a review of the viability of barging water more efficiently and cost-effectively to serve as a buffer for family islands with fragile desalination facilities. And it must be noted, Madam Speaker, that in addition to these steps, the corporation is already actively involved in the largest water infrastructural upgrade project on Eleuthera in many decades. Over $26 million thus far is projected, and we anticipate that this figure will increase, included but not limited to major new storage tank and storage tank improvement works to the Central Eleuthera Naval Base, the North Eleuthera, the Bogue, Harbor Island, and Spanish Wells. Extensive water mains improvement works are about to commence as part of the Eleuthera Road paving and water infrastructure public-private partnership project. I must highlight that these works will include the installation of water mains between Tarpon Bay and Savannah Sound to permit the corporation to supply the Central Eleuthera system from the Rock Sound and Tarpon Bay system in times of water supply challenges with the naval base. Also included for Central Eleuthera is the replacement of a leaky transmission mains between James Siston and Hatchet Bay and along the Banks Road between Governor's Harbor and North Palmetto Point. A new, more robust pumping station at the naval base, along with additional booster stations with standby generators were required, is also planned for the very near future. Our government is committed to bringing about transformative improvements in public infrastructure in our beloved Bahamas to improve the quality of life for our citizens, visitors, and to our shores. Again, let me express our most profound apologies to the residents of Central Eleuthera for this week's crisis, in this week's plus crisis, and to confirm that I, along with the members of Parliament for Eleuthera, both North and South, and officials of both the Water and Sewage Corporation and the Bahamas Power and Light Company, will be in attendance at a town meeting tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. at Workers' House in Governor's Harbor to receive your feedback. I thank you, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Markham City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just by way of just a couple of suggestions, I'm hopeful that the member for South and Central Andros would make available the document that he just read. From.
I wrote it, so I'll type it out and send it to the.
Okay, good. Yeah, because it would have been wonderful had that been delivered as a communication at the top of the day. I mean, given the gravity of the situation, just so that residents could have evaluated it. But we're grateful that you are going to submit it as opposed to member statement. So just a couple of quick suggestions. One of them would be, it's my understanding. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, you all have water at home and you have light at home, so relax yourself, right? So relax yourself.
9 days.
So with respect to the with respect at the naval base, it's my understanding that it's only one of the 3 tanks that are presently being commissioned at the naval base. One of them will be up and running at this point. Well, up to yesterday, only one of them. I know when we were there yesterday, only one of them was operational, right? So you got an additional one up and running, okay. And then secondly, that one of the concerns is that it is the plumbing contracts that need to be fully executed so that those tanks that are available can become operational. So if they are, so you were able to get those done today or last night, because up to yesterday, they weren't. Then with respect, yeah. Sorry, I mean.
I just wanted the minister to correct that in regards to the plumbing.
Okay, all right, good. And then with respect to, it's my understanding that there are a number of well fields that can be useful to the government if the government would activate those. Some of the private citizens are already using well fields along with their trucks to distribute as a part of their business, plus your overall program, because you are now contracting some of them. But there are well fields that are available, but not yet in rotation. So that is one opportunity for the government where you could in fact bring more production into circulation to benefit residents. Yes. Yeah.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central and South.
Thank you, Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When the former Chairman Sylvanus for North Eleuthera, Calm down. Let me speak. Listen. No, you know, listen. If he wants to be combative, but you know, I represent the people of Central and South Eleuthera, so calm down. When we speak to the million-gallon Imperial tank that was in construction, almost completed, the contract has been awarded the contract. They're waiting on the certain pipe that needs to be utilized to be here for installation. So yesterday in the meeting, they advised us that in 2 weeks, that should be here. So that's all they're waiting on in that regard. In regards to the, man, have some respect, man. In regards to the wells in North Eleuthera, that water is well enough to pump directly into the line. In Central Eleuthera, it's got more salinity, and it needs a high-pressure oral system in order for residents to get. But I will say that we're looking at options that hasn't been done in the past to ensure this doesn't happen again, because under your former administration, now ours, we're having the same issue in regards to water. Unfortunately, the contract was renewed just prior to election. So now we're having to deal, and that contract was renewed for 10 years. Wow. And unfortunately, and the member for Long Island, last or the week before, tabled some documents in regards to saying, in other words, water and sewage didn't have any hands in renewing the contract. It's saying that I don't know if it went through cabinet or if the former prime minister or finance issued the contract, but it's for 10 years from 2021 to 2031 with awkward design. And we don't have no exit clause. So we're dealing with that, but we have another way that we're trying to get so this doesn't happen again, because it happened 2 years ago. I think well, I know I released apps. When I reviewed, I've released statements in opposition in regards to water, and in 2022 in regards to water, and now in 2024. So this is an issue that we're serious about. It isn't political for, hopefully, none of us, because it's a health issue. People deserve to bathe. People got children. People got elderly people. They got babies. So we have another method that we're looking at, and if that works out, we won't have this issue any longer in Eleuthera.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marcus.
Yes. Madam Speaker, one of the matters that was not mentioned, and I'm hopeful that in the town meeting tomorrow, you all would be able to address this, and that is a part of the inconsistency of water supply. While storage is a massive issue, there's the issue of the impact of inconsistent electricity on water supply. Because one of the concerns we're hearing from a lot of the residents is that the constant interruption of power is burning out even those who have private storage facilities that rely on generators or rely on city power, and that their systems have often been destroyed, and that has affected even the flow of water in their own establishments. And so one of the concerns is if we fix the power in Central, South, it is going to assist a large extent in terms of the flow of water. So that's one of the concerns that has also been mentioned. And then I'm just wondering with respect to, sorry.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
The business of the House to continue beyond 7 p.m.
Thank you, honourable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House goes beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many that are in favour will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The business of this House will proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. Thank you.
So, Madam Speaker, I mean, what I would do in preparation for tomorrow is I look forward to getting those remarks. I would like to then provide an additional list of recommendations from persons who live there as well. I don't know, and submit that to you. And tomorrow in the earlier debate, I'd be more than happy to put them on the record.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to offer condolences to families in Central Grand Bahama, in particular Mother Juanita Pinder, on the passing of her husband, who was a mover and shaker in the religious community, and in fact in Grand Bahama on the whole, Pastor Leonard Pinder. She lost him last Saturday, and I believe the funeral is next Saturday, and I will be out of town during that time. Also, condolences to the family of Deshaun Russell, the jet skier that was missing. His funeral is also going to be next week, and I would offer sincere condolences to his family. And while I'm at it, I would like to also extend get well wishes to all of those in Central Grand Bahama who is ailing, and also in particular to former Prime Minister Ewan Ingram, who's also convalescing. And on a good note, I would like to also extend happy birthday greeting to someone who I've grown to love and respect, who's been very supportive, Lady Margaret Pinlan. I understand that her birthday is today, so I would extend happy birthday greetings to her. And finally, to the Minister of Works, we still have the issue with the dock and water key, so I'll be looking forward to a quick resolution in that regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Golden Gate.
Madam Speaker, on a light note, I would like to extend birthday greetings as well. Not many persons that I know have lived to see 92. 92 seems like a fleeting age nowadays when we look in the obituary. We see so many low numbers, 20s, 30s. But I would like to extend birthday greetings to two very special ladies in my life. First, Ms. Barbara Pierre, who served as the Secretary General for the Great Progressive Liberal Party for nearly 20 years, and who I have learned many political lessons from over the 2 decades that she served as our Secretary General. She turned 92 last week, Tuesday, the 18th of June, and of course today to the great Dame Marguerite Pindling, who is a lady of absolute grace and excellence, and who I am proud to say is somebody whose feet I have also sat at over the years, and I wish her today a blessed and happy 92nd birthday. I would also like to give commendation. Who's y'all? Who's y'all, St. Anne's? Did you say disrespectful? I would also like to extend commendation to Senator Ronnie Duncombe, Madam Speaker. He has a program that's called Next Gen, a male mentorship program. As somebody who I have personally, since 1999, been personally involved in female mentorship in this country, having personally mentored thousands of young women across this country since then. And being able to participate today and spend the time with the young men that he's mentoring in the Next Gen mentorship program, I want to give special commendation to him, because any program that speaks to improving the lives and the mental ability of our young men to focus on excellence, strive for success, and to be excellent citizens of our country is a program that I endorse. But I would like to give special commendation to Senator Duncombe on this excellent program. It's in its 2nd cohort, and I hope that it continues to grow by leaps and bounds as we sow into the lives of the young men of our nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Appointment of select committees. Instruction to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I wish to give notice of the following resolution. Whereas there have been several major hurricanes that have affected the Bahamas over the past 10 years. First, there was Hurricane Joaquin in 2015, which affected the southeastern islands, causing damage and losses of approximately $114 million US. In 2016, Hurricane Matthew greatly impacted the country's major populated islands in New Providence and Grand Bahama, as well as the District of North Andros, causing damage and loss of approximately $519 million US. Additionally, in 2017, Hurricane Irma affected the provision of basic services in Grand Bahama and caused substantial damage to Ragged Island, Acklins, Inagua, and Bimini, with an estimated total damage and losses of approximately $118 million US. More recently, in 2019, Hurricane Dorian caused the most catastrophic damage throughout the Bahamas, with estimated damages costing over $2.5 billion US. And whereas by Section 3.1 of the Loans Inter-American Development Bank Act, Chapter 355 of the Revised Statute Laws of the Bahamas 2000, the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas may, in such manner and on such terms, and subject to such conditions as may be agreed between the government and the Inter-American Development Bank, the bank, borrow from the bank or from funds administered by the bank such sums as may be required for the purpose of financing or promoting economic and social development in the Bahamas. And whereas the bank has agreed to grant the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas financing up to a total amount of $200 million in the currency of the United States of America, $100 million for the purpose of financing natural disaster emergencies, and $100 million for the purpose of financing public health emergencies. And whereas the objective of the loan is to alleviate the impact that a severe or catastrophic natural disaster or public health event could have on the country's public finances by increasing the availability, stability, and efficiency of contingent financing to address any such emergency. And whereas the Minister of Finance proposes to raise the sum of $200 million in the currency of the United States of America by means of a loan from the Inter-American Development Bank, and whereas by Section 16(2) of the Public Debt Management Act 2021, number 6 of 2021, the Minister is authorized to borrow for the purposes set out in Section 18, which authorization shall include borrowing either within or outside the Bahamas from any person, organization, foreign government, international organization, or foreign organizations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House, 1, authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise by means of a loan the sum up to $200 million in the currency of the United States of America. 2, authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise such loan by means of a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on such terms pursuant to this resolution as are mutually agreed. Madam Speaker, I give notice of that resolution. Clearly, we are in hurricane season, and so there is some urgency to the matter. And I trust that when we reach this point in the agenda tomorrow, we can acknowledge that this is a facility, I believe, first used by the side opposite when in government, that it's just extending to cover the 2 emergencies that emerged in their administration. That we can do this tomorrow as well.
Order that a notice be brought out. Thank you. Order that a notice to lie on the table.
And Madam
notices?
Madam Speaker, I renew all other notices in the name of the government.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand we're debating 2 matters tomorrow. One, the automatic exchange bill, and now this resolution at the appropriate time. And national maritime as well. 3 completely different ornaments on this PLP Christmas tree. Are there any amendments? Are there any amendments that are known now, or might we only face them because they're known tomorrow? We had 17, I think, amendments today. Can they disclose the amendments that are known to them now so opposition can properly prepare? 3 separate ornaments, Madam Speaker, they're bringing. You can understand, it's going to be a long day. I want the amendments now, and I'd like to renew all notices in the name of the opposition.
Madam Speaker, I think earlier today I gave notice that it is the intent of the government to put the question after 1 hour in the debate on the automatic exchange, so that nobody can say that they're taken by surprise.
How many speakers will there be, and what is the time period?
1 hour. Y'all will get at least equal time, even though it's many more of us. Yes, yes, yes. And likewise, Madam Speaker, we intend to manage the time because we do understand that there is an event on Grand Bahama that some of the members opposite might wish to attend. Sorry? You want to ride up on the police plane? All of the best.
We don't want to stop no surveillance.
So, Madam Speaker, just so that it's very clear, I was advised that there is a matter in East Grand Bahama that some of the side opposite may wish to attend, and we intend to try to manage the debate to make that possible from our side.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Member. South and Central Andrews, the chair recognizes.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you for recognizing.
1 minute.
South and Central Andrews.
I wish to table the member statement.
Thank you, Honourable Member. There's no clay in here. Come on, man. It's clay. Order the document do lie on the table. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate you remembering me. This intent to limit the debates to 1 hour, aside from considering Monroe for nomination to be the next, considering Freetown to be the next warden of our correction facilities after he's finished his term here, Madam Speaker, can we get confirmation that he's looking to do each debate at 1 hour long, or is it just the first bill, and the first bill will be?
Automatic exchange, which was passed on the nod in the Senate the same day as the budget.
Yes.
That is the one that would be limited. The other one would be regular. Yes. But we will still seek to manage our side of the debate.
Please do.
To accommodate the opposition. It's just amazing. It's 32 of us, 7 of them, and we give them equal time. And
Yeah,
but
I mean, they even admit, Madam Speaker, they have to even admit, besides yourself, that the public only listens to 2 or 3 of them. There's no need to identify 32 of them.
Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I move that on its rising, this House to adjourn to Thursday, the 27th of June at 10 a.m.
The 27th? Okay.
27th, tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Thank you, honourable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn to Thursday, 27th of June, 2024 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House do adjourn to Thursday, the 26th of June, 2024 at 10 a.m. 27th of June.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honourable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn to Thursday, 27th of June, 2024 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House now stands adjourned until Thursday, 27th of June, 2024 at 10 a.m.
All right.
pleasant good morning, honorable members, and those under the sound of my voice. Today, in our Moments of Impact devotional segment, I'll be sharing a devotional today entitled, Talk is Cheap, but Money Buy Land. The idiom, talk is cheap and money buy land, mean that words alone are futile and empty if it's not followed by action. As leaders, it's incumbent upon us to ensure that what we say is congruent with what we do. I believe the true litmus test of great leadership is not marked by what is said, but by what is done. Gone are the days when people will just listen to what we say and not observe what we do. The people we lead in this day and time are more wise, they're more discerning, and they demand action. We've heard this phrase before, action speaks louder than words. This phrase simply means what you do is more important than what you say. So when we say more than what we do, people begin to question our integrity. And when our words lose weight and value and credibility in the eyes of those we lead, our leadership will become compromised. When our leadership is compromised, we lose our ability to lead and influence. And so today, my admonishment to all of us as leaders is to never use words to sound good or to make people feel good. Or in Bahamian vernacular, we must not use words to sell dreams or give false hope. Instead, whatever we say, we must be prepared to back up with action. And if we're not prepared to back it up with action, we shouldn't say it. I believe that as leaders, we should all practice this very simple principle: under promise and over deliver. In conclusion, I'm reminded of a great leadership lesson that Jesus taught us in the book of Matthew chapter 14, verses 15 to 21, where he fed over 5,000 people. Scripture records when Jesus landed and saw a large crowd, he had compassion on them and he healed their sick. And as the evening approached, the disciples said, "Send them away. We don't have enough food for them." Jesus replied, "They need not to go away. Give them something to eat." They said, "We only have here 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish." They answered, "Bring them to me," he said. And he directed the people to sit down on the grass. Taking the 5 loaves and the 2 fish, looking up to heaven, he gave thanks and broke the loaves. Then he gave them to the disciples, and the disciples gave them to the people. And they were all satisfied. And the disciples picked up 12 baskets of broken pieces that were left over. The number of those who ate were about 5,000 men, besides women and children. In this story, Jesus teaches us that effective leadership is more than talk. Effective leadership is action. I leave you with this final thought today in a quote I found very interesting from an unknown author. And it simply says, "Actions prove who someone is, while words prove who they want to be." Selah. Think and act on these things. Let us pray. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day that you've made, for we will rejoice and we will be glad in it. We praise you for your amazing loving kindness toward us. And we thank you, Lord, because you've been better to us than we've been to ourselves. Father, you said in your word, in all of our ways, acknowledge you, and you shall direct our paths. And so today, we come to acknowledge you because we recognize we are nothing without you. And so today, we ask for your continued mercy and forgiveness upon us. We confess today, Lord, that we have sinned and we've all fallen short of your glory. We confess today that we are in need of a Savior. And so, Lord, we humbly ask that you will continue to protect, provide, and prosper the Bahamas. Now, Lord, we pray for our parliamentarians, and we ask, Almighty God, that you would grant each of them strength to carry out their duties. We pray, God, that you would increase their capacity